Hey everybody, this is Rydo, and we're back to another live stream of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel and video game news. Since my average watch duration is 55 seconds it seems, let's start really quickly here on a different menu and just open 20 packs. I still don't get why it seems to be rounding up now into average 10s instead of just maxing out at 10 packs. But yeah, these are the legacy cards that are perhaps visually iconic. Certainly, Wing Kuribo is recognizable, but overall, they are also just incredibly old cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! With Yu-Gi-Oh! Now having over 10,000 cards in its paper version of the game. We may really only be close to 8,000 in Master Duel and the American Western version of it. But regardless, about 7,000, I'd say at least 5,000 of the cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! Are not meta playable in the sense that while playing ranked, they're not going to get you anywhere. Of course, if I do start with the card pack opening, then when do we deal with the notifications? Doesn't often really matter what the notifications say. I did do that survey. In doing the survey, certainly it highlighted how my my experience in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is definitely not improving over time. It is instead, I think, getting worse as just a general experience, because it's just, you know, same old. Like, we don't have any event or anything here to do, and I had already played on the new season, but apparently I had not seen that animation yet, so it's just Zodiac Tri-Brigade Day. Over the past couple days, I made version 4 of my YouTube macro to upload and schedule videos, and the plan on that and the hope on that was to have a considerably more robust, in the sense that it can recover from errors and continue programming. And while that's what I programmed, YouTube itself, with their YouTube Studio and the way they make their webpage, is just so, for lack of a better term, non-standard that it's really itself a major problem. Very often, when running the macro, you'll click on a item and it will not load the next part of the page. And then for some reason, the UI Vision plugin I'm using on Firefox is not capable consistently of actually just refreshing the page, which would be about the most simplistic thing that you could possibly do, to say, hey, just reload this page, and yet that's not working. I'm hoping maybe an update will fix that. I definitely learned a lot while programming it, in the sense that the XPath CSS locators that it uses to determine where an object is on the page, whether it's a picture or text or anything, can be manipulated just as text and passed as a variable, which means instead of just having a lot of lines of code that say click this button on the page, I can instead have a much more complicated function secondary macro that I can run instead to check if that button is on the page first before clicking it, reload the page potentially if refresh worked, if that button isn't there, or crash and maybe go back all the way to the beginning of the macro if it doesn't work. And that's where the robustness really is supposed to happen, is to say, hey, something's screwed up here. Let's go back to the start and try again, because that's really what I'm doing on the macro too, is as I'm running it, is just like, oh, this isn't working, refresh, rerun. My macro doesn't save the results until it has done everything successfully, pretty much. So it will just try again, try the same thing over and over again. I also found that the if commands and things like that use expression comparison are using just JavaScript comparisons, which allows me to say if a variable, say name, then if time period includes I can then say a text word. So if the name in my case includes trending, then I know it's a YouTube short. Therefore I should treat things slightly differently versus if it doesn't have trending in the name. Now I guess at some point if a video game did have trending in it, I'd have to be careful there, but that's unlikely to be a big deal. So in theory, this version 4 of the macro could be way more robust, but in practicality, it's not really working any better because of YouTube not working well. I changed on my network, and I'm probably not going to stick with this change, where the maximum transmission unit, I turned it down to like 1300 out of 1500, both on my router and my cable modem, and yeah, it probably needs to be turned back up to something like 1420 or 1460, something like that, because Twitter is not working at the moment. That being said, how many times has Twitter not worked anyway? So it could just be Twitter is not working. And the problem with Twitter in the last stream was before I made any network changes. So it not working at all last time also is a big question mark. On top of all of that, I also played some more Shadow of the Tomb Raider. I'm stupidly and obsessively getting like almost all the collectibles. I still feel like I might be at 99%, 98% at the end of the day, but yeah, I spent most of the last episode that I recorded, 2 hours and 40 minutes. These episodes are way too long. I just don't know a way to break them up. And YouTube is now experimenting with potentially having AI surmise videos, which if they do that, I know YouTube content creators don't really have any power, but there really should be a backlash against watch time if that is the case, because if all of a sudden I'm not getting views or I'm not getting watch time because YouTube's AI is potentially inaccurately surmising what is said in my videos, then that would be really unfair. But that is pretty much what YouTube does, isn't it? Is it screws over its content creators. On the other hand, the AI that could accurately surmise what I'm saying in a long stream could be helpful for views and for more people to enjoy my content in a different way. which is the overall goal, is you want people to enjoy your content as best as many people as possible, as best as I can. But it is also worth mentioning anytime somebody talks about AI, that AI is incredibly stupid and getting worse from what I hear, as AI is now potentially feeding off of the results of other AIs instead of feeding off of internet and sources of actual human knowledge. But when you look specifically at YouTube and the subtitles, they can't even get the subtitles right. So the automatic generated subtitles would almost certainly be feeding into the AI some summaries. And so if the subtitles are wrong, then, and subtitles aren't artificial intelligence in any really considered that way, that is just audio to text recognition. And so yeah, that almost certainly would fall into the summary. And there is definitely a danger that an AI summarizer on many videos, particularly my videos, would just go, this guy just rambles for 5 hours about nothing and talks nonsense. I believe him to be crazy. That would be definitely believable, what, as far as a response and summary of what people often do on YouTube, but also just what people on Reddit would summarize somebody else, is this incredibly dismissive, inaccurate description. You could go to any politician's speech that's ever been made and pretty easily go, this guy's just rambling about nonsense, and frankly I think he's crazy, if you wanted to. So yeah. On top of playing Shadow of the Tomb Raider a little bit, at least 1 or 2 episodes, I also watched on Amazon Prime a Jim Henson, past Jim Henson, so I guess more accurately a Henson Company movie called The Portable Door, and I frankly have to say I think it was awful. I don't think there's really been anything good from the Henson Company since Jim Henson died. I kind of thought that the Henson Company had been acquired by Disney, but I think that actually was something Jim Henson was negotiating just before he died, and it fell through. And frankly, it would be a little questionable whether Disney at this point would want the Henson Company. I will say The Portable Door is not the Happy Time Murders, which was, I believe, also a Jim Henson involved movie. It's not rude and crude and trying to be super lewd and adult. Like the Happy Time Murders was something around South Park, where The Portable Door feels like you're trying to tell almost a Harry Potter story if Harry Potter had recently graduated from college and was a young adult. Also, though, they have this contrived storyline in the middle of a romance that is so contrived, and I guess that was supposed to be the main fall through, is that this character with no backstory and setup, your main male protagonist, is going for a job application. He ends up interviewing for this weird magical business that you later learn in a lot of ways, it feels like somebody is trying to do something like The Color of Magic, or a Terry Pratchett Discworld type story, but just they are definitely doing it considerably worse. But yeah, he interviews for this magical company. He doesn't know it's magical at the beginning. He doesn't know that he's magical at the beginning. He gets put together with this lady who they originally hate, but eventually they originally like hate each other, but then they eventually come to love each other. But then there is a plot that she had signed a terms and condition contract, and in these terms and condition contracts she had signed her soul over to the wizard that is running the whole company. So it oddly is magic and corporate intrigue, if you can believe that, as a story, because the guy in charge of the company became in charge of the company when he, like, his father mysteriously disappeared. And yeah. So, because the wizard running the company owns the soul of the other lady, they are experimenting on her and making her, like, change her desires and whims. So she hates, like, coffee, and then she starts wanting coffee. She hates licorice. She starts wanting licorice, just because they are trying to manipulate her to sell to the highest bidder of rich people. A way of influencing people and making them consume more. Eventually, in the middle of the movie, and I think I am going to fairly just spoil the movie because it's pretty bad. And at the beginning of the movie, it does almost feel like it's giving you either... I don't think it's Room 1313. I think it was called The Key. There was that sci-fi show where there was a bunch of objects. In that bunch of objects, there was a key, and you would put the key in any door lock, and then any door would magically open to wherever you were thinking you wanted it to go. Portable door, almost exactly the same thing. It is a towel that you hold up and you say knock knock, and then it turns into a door, and then you announce where you want to go, and then you open the door and you go there. You have to say it out loud. In the sci-fi series, there was a bunch of other objects, and there is a hint that a stapler might be an important thing. In the portable door movie, but actually the stapler is just somebody else. A character was turned into a stapler, so it's not really a magical object. You don't see any other magical objects at all in the portable door. It does feel like there was a hope or an attempt here to potentially start the beginning of a series, because the ending definitely leaves them still in that same world, still in the same situation, basically. So a sequel to the portable door, if it was ever made, very possibly would throw in another object, although the other object would have to be pretty powerful, and way more powerful objects would have to eventually come around. But yeah, the TV miniseries on Sci-Fi of I don't think it was room 13, or maybe it was just, it wasn't called the room, but the sci-fi series I'm thinking of had a lot more time and episodes in it, and was very much centering around the mystery of multiple objects and where all these objects came from and what's the deal with them. And it got into a lot of cabals and different organizations. The portable door basically has maybe 2 factions, but honestly I think it is really just the evil bad guy in charge of the corporation and all his underlings being afraid of him and begrudgingly doing what he says, but they all seem to be pretty duplicitous, and it definitely has that Discworld vibe where as soon as the bad guy is no longer in charge, they just once again side with the good guys. So yeah, part of the reason why the portable door is so bad is that there is at least a 5-minute scene in the middle where the main protagonist and his love interest are just using the portable door to go anywhere they want to, so islands, beaches, and they're just dating. And so you've got this long drawn out romance sequence that is trying to make up for the fact that they had put so many scenes where they were fighting and arguing, and maybe if this was a book that was turned into a movie, the book parts would have explained that they had been there a lot longer, but it really feels like they'd only worked at the place for maybe a week or two, and so they'd only known each other for a week or two. Whereas it feels like it should have been months. I guess it might also be somewhat like the Last Wish in the Witcher book series. Not that I've read that, but that is also centers around some of the Witcher book series and how the Witcher wished that what's her name? Triss Marigold, I think is, maybe it's not Triss. Yennefer. No, Yennefer. He wished that Yennefer would always love him or something like that, and so then she becomes incredibly uncertain about her feelings, whether it's magic that has forced her to love him or whether she truly does love him. Very similar idea. But yeah, they don't do anything interesting with the portable door in the entire movie. As far as it being a Jim Henson movie, it definitely was bad enough to inspire me to say a lot more about it than say 2 hours of just doing the same old of item collections on Shadow of the Tomb Raider, which, I mean, what's to really say? It's the same old problems. There's just random items that you would never find in survival caches that are buried in the ground, and you just wouldn't find them unless you find a map. And so unless you find all the maps, which it seems like you can find most of them pretty easily, but unless you find them all, I don't think there's really a chance you would ever get all of the collectibles in the game. Like, you're just not going to stumble across them. And what's worse about that whole system in Shadow of the Tomb Raider is, even though you're getting XP for finding survival caches, you're not actually getting enough XP. Like, it just isn't quite enough to unlock every single skill if you do everything in the game in one playthrough. Unless the final act just gives you a massive amount of skills. And most of the skill points you're going to get are going to be so loaded to the back end of the game that you're not going to be able to use the skills once you unlock them for very long anyways. That is because when you find a relic item, whether that's a object or a document, that is feeding towards a secondary chain of a percentage, and once you have 100% of that chain for a linear narrative of finding several relics together and them telling a story, if you listen to all of their descriptions in a row, once you have that chain closed to 100%, once you get it to 100%, then you get extra XP at that point. And you're maybe getting 100 plus XP for closing the chain, which would potentially get you a lot closer to getting a it'll get you a lot closer to getting a new skill level. Okay. Let's hope he only stopped this guy's abilities. Let's go ahead and get rid of this guy. Seems like I can't do anything else, so we'll just leave it at that. This would all do damage. The idea of having a magical door in general, to get back to the portable door, not a terrible idea, but even I kind of stretch my mind as to what nefarious things I would do, and almost certainly it would be nefarious. I'm a little too old and a little too mature to say make a magical door that sneaks me into a place where I can peek in on like naked women and peep like a teenager might or a preteen might. I am not particularly above the idea of sneaking into a bank or someplace and getting a massive amount of money. Or the Federal Reserve, but I feel like you would definitely have to scope out a lot of that, and having cash in general, when you have a lot of cash, you have to really justifying where you're getting that cash from, and you can't really do that too much for raw resources. So yeah, I couldn't think of a place I could go where I could get a free TV or free computers or free video games. And pretty much all of those places have cameras, so you're still going to be caught on camera even if you magically go through a door. As for the betterment of mankind, if you have a magical door that can take you anywhere, and in the portable door, it is anywhere, whereas in the sci-fi miniseries, it really could only take you to places where doors existed. So there was severely more thought and limitations put on the magical key in the sci-fi series. But as far as the betterment of man, I can't really do too much. I could certainly magically migrate people at war, have them magically flee to some other location. I could certainly make something like a Fortress of Solitude somewhere in Antarctica or deep underground, someplace where only I could know about or reach. That's not so much for the betterment of man, though. That would just be like, hey, this would be a good base of operations. Um, if you got information very quickly, you would need some assistance on that. Where a fire was, you could potentially open doors right in the middle of a burning building and have people leave that, or if a plane was going down. But you have to have all that knowledge very, very quickly for that to be useful. You could potentially go to the moon and suck all the oxygen out of yourself, or perhaps go to even distant planets if you could migrate entire resources to Mars. But you very quickly, with something like that, would have to just start working with NASA or something. Like, if you, say, showed up in NASA, just like the president of NASA, the president of NASA's office, if you just magically showed up here and go, I know this is crazy, I know magic shouldn't exist, but here we go, we have this thing. With this, you could make a vacuum chamber, and I could open the door to Mars, and we could transfer every single object in that vacuum chamber to Mars instantaneously, as long as it can fit through the frames of a standard door frame. And then we could have a working base on Mars very quickly. In fact, there's not even really a lot of reason why to stop at Mars. We could go to Alpha Centauri. We could open doors to entire planets in entire other galaxies. There was really no indication that there was any limitation there. The problem with all that, though, is why do they need you at that point? You would just have to sacrifice yourself from the process and go, okay, we're going to take your magical portable door now and send you on your way. They might not kill you, but they very possibly might do just that to keep you quiet. They might choose instead to just pay you off and give you what would be just a small, insignificant amount of NASA's budget. But yeah, and that's probably the best thing you could do for the betterment of man in general. Perhaps you could find a source of cleaner oxygen. If you could find a planet somewhere that just had cleaner air and you could open the door, then you might have a balancing effect of just having that door open and then having the CO2 nitrogen balance out over a very long time, just opening the door like in the middle of the sky. Of course, you'd have to basically build like a skyscraper or something. You could potentially do the same with like cleaner water, but yeah, that would be way more difficult than just moving half of the people to Mars. Half of Earth's populace to Mars would reduce the amount of resources and stress being used on Earth anyways. Perhaps it is really just a case of me not being that creative, and there is perhaps a smarter, more creative thing you could do with a magical door. But I can't really think of it. I could certainly be a Robin Hood type character and rob from the rich and give to the poor. In the long run, that might work. Of course, in the TV show, they don't do anything. They don't even give a slight thought to whether a magical door was that useful. They said it was a big, useful thing to have, but they don't do anything with it at all. It is literally only needed in the plot because it can take them to a magical place called the Vault of the Dead, and that is where you deposit all of the souls that you get people to sign over in terms and conditions in all different types of contracts people just click I agree to. That was the general thought. But yeah, it's just a transport device. It's not an interesting device. And weirdly, it is a magical device that's needed when all the other magic in the movie is just done by swinging her fingers around and just making signs. It doesn't really feel like there's any, like Harry Potter, you've got to cook a spell in a cauldron or anything like that they talk about. The last thing I want to say about the portable door, though, as a Jim Henson production, you would think that there would be Muppets, puppets, something made out of felt, or that there would be a character made up in a suit, or like a human giant Big Bird type character, or at the very least that there would be a lot of like makeup and fantastical creatures because of that. In comparison, Labyrinth, like all of the goblins and gnomes and creatures, they're all just done in different types of puppets, and they all clearly are not, with the exception of David Bowie, they all clearly are not humans, just in makeup. For the portable door, you don't see in the first, I would say 2/3 of the movie, anybody that is not human. They mention that there are goblins, but they're shown off screen. At the last third of the movie, they start revealing the goblins, and two weirdly acting off-putting characters turn out to be goblins. And then you see a bunch of other people who would have been goblins underground that you hadn't seen before at all, which doesn't really change anything. The goblin makeup is just basically putting makeup on people. It's faces, face masks. It's not particularly interesting or good. They don't even really show it to you very quickly. This is definitely a British movie with a lot of British actors, but none of them are particularly recognizable. In contrast, I watched another movie on Hulu called Next Exit, where the premise of it, and I was very disappointed in this movie too, is that scientifically they have supposedly proven an afterlife, and so there is now this science institute that is asking for volunteers to end their own life as astronauts going to the other side and researching. I don't think there was really any plans though to bring them back after they had died, but the thing about Next Exit is that it is 100% a road trip movie with more recognizable British actors in it. The actress who plays Amy Pond does a terrible job as the presenter, and she literally, I think, was just Zoom recording her footage because all the footage is on TV cameras, and she just sounds terrible. And then the main male protagonist is one of the UK characters that was on Taskmaster, but not particularly one of the funnier UK panel show host type comedians. That I want to say it's Kanesh is his name. But yeah, I didn't recognize any of the characters on the portable door. So, as far as the Henson Company is going, they've announced that there was going to be a spin-off sequel of The Labyrinth, but they've shown nothing from it. They've made several movies for several different publishing production companies after Jim Henson has died, but none of them have been good. And it really just highlights how skill does not pass. Skill is not genetic. It can be passed down from parents to offspring, certainly if the parent actually spends the time to teach the skill to the kids, but I just don't think that's what happened with Jim Henson. If anything, I wouldn't be surprised if Jim Henson was too busy making all the Muppet movies to ever have any real care to teach his kids how to be in charge of the Henson Company. And they really should have. Really, in my mind, just highlights how there shouldn't be inheritance of corporations, even if it is a private corporation, which Henson Company is, in such a way. Like, if anything, it might have been better if the Henson Company, when Jim Henson died, fell into a maybe not public domain type thought, although that would have worked pretty easily and simplified things. If all of a sudden the second Jim Henson dies, all the Muppets are public domain and anybody can make any public Muppet movie they want. Which, by the way, Henson Company hasn't made a Muppet movie, I think, since like 2016 in Turkey Hollow, which is also not really one that you would remember. They made a like Halloween special a couple years ago for TV. I think more recently. But yeah, if the Muppets wouldn't go in the public domain as soon as Jim Henson died, it wouldn't make a lot of sense for the company to go into some kind of process where the government founded a private corporation or organization or a public corporation or organization. I really don't care if it's public or private, that would treat the Henson Company like a national treasure, which European companies probably would have something like that happen, where if the Henson Company was in Europe, in the UK, I could see it becoming publicized just because it's a national treasure, and then something like NPR would take over it, or the BBC would take it over and probably do a lot better with it, instead of it just 100% floundering under his children's oversight. And I imagine that's similar to what the Tolkien estate is like. Although, in fairness, the Tolkien estate at least has licensed out their ideas way better and made a lot more deals with companies to let more Tolkien stuff be made. Not that any of the Rings of Power on Amazon Prime is any better. In general, I think there is a point where we're going to have to draw a line, particularly between rich people whose parents have trillions of dollars and poor people whose parents have nothing but debt, we're gonna have to draw a line and say inheritance really should not include as much as it does. Like, trillionaires should not be getting shares in corporations. Their kids shouldn't be getting shares in corporations or ownership of intellectual properties. I wonder if I could, even if I activated this card though, it wouldn't do anything helpful. Let's see. Not that I want even trillionaire kids to start back at 0, but they should. Everybody should be closer when they turn 18. They should be closer to starting at a fair starting point instead of trust fund kids that are starting definitely at a potential $1 million in the bank compared to everybody else starting at 0 or close to 0. That is one of the few places where I feel like you're maybe getting a little close to equity, but you're still really closer to following equality, where everybody would have the same opportunity at the start at least, and based on how well they did, they might get more opportunities in the future. Whereas equity still is really the idea of everybody ending up at the same place, which at some levels that sounds nice. I just don't think people are ready to really accept that as an idea. It would be very demotivating if all of a sudden everybody was getting paid the same amount regardless of what jobs they were working. The president was getting paid the same amount as a part-time janitor. Of course, you still have a balancing force around that, in the sense that to be qualified to be the president requires a lot more energy and work and education than to be qualified as a part-time janitor. Let's see, is there anything else I want to talk about as far as the accountability section or the wrap-up section today? This is not a wrap-up section, the warm-up section. I mentioned I'd watched Good Omens Season 2. It seems like it's pretty obvious that people wanted Good Omens to be a graphic novel. So, Good Omens graphic novel is on Kickstarter, and it was funded in 10 minutes with 15,145 backers right now. Just about to go over 1 million. The goal was $31,936. The thing I'd question here, though, is, are you getting just season 1's? See, that's the question, though, is this graphic novel going to retell the story of season 1 or season 2? I think it's probably, if I was to guess, only going to tell the story of season 1, or it's going to tell its own separate story. There is clearly several tiers here, and one of the tiers they were talking about is a bookshop tier where you get multiple ones, multiple copies. this would be the last book, effectively, that has Terry Pratchett on the title, and Neil Gaiman is basically going to maybe posthumously make a Good Omens 2 novel that would have Terry Pratchett's name on it, but really it would just be Neil Gaiman at that point. I feel like Good Omens probably would have been better as a graphic novel first anyways. They aren't really drawing the characters though in the way. See, and here's the Antichrist kid and his dog, so that does really imply to me that the story is just season 1. I assume that was Neil Gaiman. So they're just gonna draw all the characters, Aziraphale and Crowley, in a different way. There was Terry Pratchett, or Pritchard. Here. That's Neil Gaiman. If I recall correctly, I have no idea what this is, though. Yeah. There already had been a book. So they're converting the book from the TV show to a graphic novel. Yeah. And at a certain level, it's weird that it's kickstarted, and it's weird that it's not being published by anybody at the moment because it's being kickstarted. It's being self-published. And arguably, when you actually look at it, it says it's being adopted by Calling Doran. So yeah, this would be a graphic novel adaptation of the Good Omens book, which would really have just been season 1 of the Prime show, Amazon Prime season, I imagine, unless there was just more story in the Good Omens book. Yeah, so Neil Gaiman effectively is taking over on that project, and season 2 definitely did feel like it was more focused than the first season, and for that reason I think it was better, but also kind of a little redundant and less magical, for lack of a better description, than the first season. I could easily see people saying that the third season or fourth season of Good Omens, if they get made, just get worse and worse and worse. Or, maybe season 2 is when Riker grows the beard to make the Next Generation reference, and that's when it starts getting good. Like the first season of Star Trek The Next Generation was pretty rough. But yeah, we were supposed to be talking about video games, and I've spent like 20 minutes talking about everything but video games, which, yeah. I really wish there was an easier way to just change the title and stop a stream and start a stream, because if I could do that, and I know Twitch is probably a little bit easier to do that, I would just call this part the pre-show. And in general, I maybe need to educate myself better on what a pre-show really should be, to put more of structure around it and just do a better job of it. I think this will be our last game for today too. We really don't have a lot of pressure at the beginning of the month to do anything. So all I am trying to do is get victories and get up to platinum. If I could get on a pretty massive win streak, then I try to go up to like diamond, but that's about it. See, inherently, since I'm already pressing a shortcut key to change my scene, that key, if there was a way in OBS, could potentially change the title of the stream and start another stream. But you know what, on YouTube, if I stopped a stream and started another stream, it would really just have me losing a bunch of views. YouTube is just not really designed for that. It's not going to connect the viewers of the previous stream to the old stream. So my desire for better and more accurate labeling is thwarted by YouTube's own bad system. Before I guess we go here, let's just check and see when this begins. 8/5. So we've got at least until 8/4 here. So a couple days. It'll be interesting to see if we actually get consistent updates around the World Championship tournament. Okay. So Video Games Chronicle says Xbox will have the biggest booth at Gamescom 2023. Starfield and Forza Motorsport will feature as part of the theater experience. Increasingly, it feels like Gamescom, which is, I believe, in Germany, is going to be overemphasized in this hope that there is a more balance between, say, Gamescom and the Summer Games Fest and Tokyo Game Show or 8-Bit Summit, whichever one in Japan. Really, Tokyo Game Show should be the big one, but it just doesn't feel that big. And there definitely is room for potentially a South American event if there was any stable countries in South America that wanted to be a video game company place, like Brazil in particular, if they could fix all their problems that US caused a lot of, but if they could fix their country to the point where it's stable and safe, Brazil would be a really nice place to potentially have a big video game convention. We see that there is a decent amount of people who want to make video games in Brazil. A lot of games that support Portuguese Brazil on Steam. Unfortunately, they're all terrible garbage games for the most part. But yeah, if there was an education system there in a generation, I can definitely see it being a hot spot of game development. You could also have an event like in Mexico if there was more stability and security. Blame basically all the problems in North America on the United States, yeah, by default, and you'll be mostly accurate. We could have something in Canada, but Canada doesn't have quite enough of people, I think, to justify doing that. There's definitely room where if there was a decent, stable African country that had a lot of infrastructure, because you need like convention centers, you need hotels, you need political stability, you need people not to be kidnapped. But certainly wouldn't make a lot of sense for there to be some African country that would host a game convention. It's not crazy that if China was not so anti-video games, that there could be a giant Asian Chinese game event. It's not crazy that the other Asian countries like India or Pakistan or even a country in the Middle East, I wouldn't be surprised if Saudi Arabia tries to have a game convention event pretty quickly, that they try to make it really big, but then Saudi Arabia's Muslim rule makes that dangerous, because half of all game developers are alcoholics, it seems, and they want to drink. So going to Saudi Arabia, where you're not allowed to be publicly drunk at the very least if you're a foreigner, is too dangerous. But yeah, if there weren't so many other geopolitical problems, you would expect that there would be a lot more game events. The UK is a little too small and a little too expensive for there to be a game convention in the UK, but it wouldn't really hurt if there was something like that. Maybe you do it in like Wales or Scotland or some place that is not proper England, and then that might work politically a little bit better. But as far as what they can really do right now, they don't want Jeff Keighley to become the de facto only place where you have a game presentation, and they don't want to create a situation where Jeff Keighley can demand millions of dollars for 5 minutes of presentation time. They also have been pushing for a lot more directs in general, but obviously that hasn't worked particularly well. And I've named a bunch of locations where events can happen, but there is also the other side of that coin, in that Bethesda Con, whatever, or ZeniMax's convention, I think exists. There is a special convention just for Skyrim and Bethesda things, and I think for the most part Microsoft would like to get away from running that convention, or emphasizing that convention at least, in favor of a more varied convention where multiple presenters and multiple companies are there. The individual convention for one company is the thing that needs to go away. We don't need a BlizzCon, particularly at the problem with at the moment. But if Activision Blizzard merger goes through, you definitely could see BlizzCon just being shut down or merged with the Bethesda convention, so at least it's two companies together. But yeah, there are a few single company conventions that need to go. Weirdly, PAX is falling by the wayside though, and maybe that is a statement more on just people aren't as sociable as they once were. They just don't get along with each other. They just don't want to hang out with other gamers as much. People are more comfortable doing things online through Skype and such. But 2 years of being isolated in the pandemic, I think, has led to less sociable people and just increasing political upheaval as far as people on the left or the right of topics, has created a situation where people don't really want to hang out with people. As for me, I've always been probably far too much of a nihilist and thought people sucked in general, so I was never very sociable in the first place. But yeah, I could also attribute that to mostly just where I grew up and where I lived, that the people around me, if you're in an elementary school and there's 30 kids, and it's very believable 30 kids suck. It's very believable that in an elementary school, in total grade kindergarten to sixth grade, 99% of all those kids suck in an area. At least 50% of people, I think, would suck anyways, anywhere you go. Video games, though. Apparently, there is a special director's cut of Vampire Survivors that is drastically different from the base game, which, unless they are actually going to sell it, which I'm not sure they really are going to sell, doesn't really mean that much. Yeah. Yeah. I actually have gotten very little footage I've seen very little of actually seeing Vampire Survivors. I've seen far more uh, Vampire Survivor clones than I have of the actual game. And people, I assume, are still playing Vampire Survivors because mainstream video game journalists are still talking about it. But honestly, it could be the exact opposite situation. It could be that mainstream video game journalists are still playing Vampire Survivors, and that's why they're talking about it. And it's possible that very few people, average gamers, were playing Vampire Survivors. Um, there is this big split here where just because a mainstream video game journalist site like Video Games Chronicle talks about a game, that really doesn't push me personally into wanting to play that game. And maybe that gets back to me not being very sociable, and I will fully admit I have no friends really that I talk to about video games. Like, the closest I've ever had as far as having peer pressure of any sort, or peers suggest games to avoid using peer pressure, is people in the chat suggesting games, or people gifting me games, which that worked very poorly even in that case when a couple of people gifted me games for free to cover. But yeah, I have felt zero desire to play a top-down twin-stick shooter game called Vampire Survivors in the same way that I felt very little desire to play a top-down twin-stick shooter game before Vampire Survivors existed. Here's another thought from GameDeveloper.com. The Callisto Protocol developer Striking Distance has been hit with layoffs following the June release of the final transmission DLC for its 2022 game, the Callisto Protocol. Doesn't seem like there's a full number here. People who are in design, art production, and potentially QA were laid off. I really would never sing the praises of production companies the way they are run in Japan, where several different corporations will come together and make a production company to make a single season of an anime series. Usually, is what a production company is making. And then they'll make that the production company will make that anime series and then immediately dissolve because it's not profitable, and it is kind of this like loss protection racket where all the companies that formed the production company are protecting themselves from the massive amount of cost that they spend making anime series. Whereas the Capcom, say if Capcom owns the IP of, say, Mega Man, and then Capcom becomes one of 3 or 4 companies that makes a production company to make a Mega Man anime, well, the Mega Man anime's profits might be paid out to Capcom with none of the risk being taken by Capcom themselves. And even if the anime doesn't actually make any profits, it doesn't matter because Capcom is still getting free advertising for Mega Man and keeping Mega Man alive in the minds of Mega Man fans. So it's kind of a shady business dealing, but almost all businesses these days are shady business dealings with generally accepted accounting procedures, and it is all just a stack of cards built on lies, built on lies, built on lies. But there is almost something to it in the idea that maybe video game companies, should come together and make only one game and then give up. There is considerably more cases where you have a video game company make one successful game or a semi-successful game and then fail to make anything else of interest for the next decade. And you have, like, the makers of Myst, who made several successful games, like in Myst and Riven, and then licensed out for Myst 3, Myst 4, Myst 5, and tried to make Uru for a decade, and nearly bankrupted the company trying to make Uru, and make that into a giant, way too ambitious MMO. Then, for another decade, Cyan basically was out of business and silent, just selling remakes of Myst and Riven. They are pretty much the example of the lucky one that succeeded in that style, where you have the makers of other games, like the makers of Fez. I don't think they've made any new game. I think they gave up and left the game development world in disgust, was in just anger for some reason. I forget why. Then you have Mojang still around, but the actual Notch creator of Minecraft leaving in disgust after that happened. And then, yeah, the Gone Home creators not really doing anything in their sequels. The truth is, I guess there are two types of companies. There are companies that have major financial backing, like Microsoft, Activision, EA, Blizzard. All of those companies now, if you were formed today with the financial backing, if you are a brand new company with the financial backing of Microsoft, you can sit around and make more and more games that take forever and don't sell particularly well, and you can weather the storm of having one big tentpole success followed by 2 or 3 potential tentpole failures of games and still be around. But I think increasingly nowadays that's less likely to happen. Far more often, you have somebody trying to make far too ambitious of a game, far too visually polished of a game, and they just don't have the finances to advertise the game at the very least, let alone polish it. I don't feel like the Callisto Protocol in particular failed because it was buggy per se. I think it failed because it didn't have enough pre-orders on day one and just didn't have enough advertising. It clearly was screwed over by just the re-release of Dead Space. Anyways, and so they made a strategic mistake by saying that Callisto Protocol was from the developers of Dead Space, when honestly it was probably just 1 or 2 people from Dead Space, and there's several other people that worked on Dead Space that weren't working on Callisto Protocol. They also stayed too close to just making something that looked like a new Dead Space game, which would have been fine if they had some kind of insider knowledge that the actual owners of Dead Space, which I think might be Ubisoft, weren't capable of just remaking and remastering Dead Space. Because by re-releasing and remastering Dead Space 1 and beating them to the punch, they sucked all the oxygen out of the room for Callisto Protocol. And I think considerably fewer people gave it a chance than it deserved. But even at that, it still was very likely to be a game company that wasn't going to succeed. And I just don't think you should start game companies trying to make 3D hyper-realistic AAA games ever. Even if you were a collection of people who worked at other companies making 3D hyper-realistic action games. Even Bungie, moving off from Destiny, only succeeded so far with making Destiny 1 than Destiny 2. And now it definitely feels like Bungie has started to run out of steam as far as what else they're going to work on. This is a weird story from GameDeveloper.com. The Wii U versions of Splatoon and Mario Kart 8 are coming back online. Both games have been offline for 5 months to let Nintendo address a vulnerability. Um, it seems weird that they would even bother to bring it back online, but whatever. I guess maybe they were able to patch it. It's weird that you couldn't patch something quick and dirty in like 5 days, let alone 5 months. And if you were not addressing an actual vulnerability, but instead were addressing an issue where you wanted to move the servers from an old server that was way more expensive to a new server that would be cheaper, just because it's more power efficient and uses less electricity and cools easier, then you would just almost certainly keep it online for that 5 months as you work in the background to transition over to a new server. You wouldn't take it down for 5 months, then bring it back up. This just screams that they put one person on this project and they didn't care if that one person succeeded or not. Or maybe not exactly one person, but a small number of IT people clearly were given the job of fixing this vulnerability. And even at that, one person addressing a vulnerability shouldn't be that hard to do unless they have a whole bunch of other tasks, which I'd hope that was the case and that somebody didn't take 5 months to do something. Of course, I have to call myself out on this. I have a server that I haven't worked on in probably years just because I've been busy with other things, and I just bought the server rack for it and haven't even put the server rack together. But yeah, I too am one person who has not worked on servers for way more than 5 months just because it hasn't been a priority. Of course, what I've been doing instead has been higher priority as far as making YouTube content, which my YouTube channel is slightly growing. Like, we're almost at 666 subscribers, so 2/3 of the way to 1,000 subscribers. Considerably low amount of watch time though, so I would need a lot more watch time to get the back into the YouTube partner program. That halfway step to be halfway into the YouTube partner program hasn't really materialized, so I don't know when YouTube is actually going to implement that or make it obvious how far I am from those metrics to get subscriptions. And in a lot of ways, the halfway step where I wasn't running ads, but I had ways in which people could subscribe to my channel and support me like a Patreon without going through Patreon, would be a nicer thought, but it would require a level of fans to really be willing to do that. And I'm not sure it really benefits anybody to give 30% of a subscription fee to YouTube versus giving 30% of a subscription fee to Patreon. In the end, as much as we all hate ads, there is just a need for ads. Netflix is also kind of reproving that, and a lot of the streaming services are reproving that as the ad-free versions of things like Netflix are getting more and more expensive, and free streaming services with ads are becoming more and more popular, whereas the ad-free services like Discovery Plus and Peacock are becoming less popular. Moving on, Discord is going to enable native streaming for Xbox consoles, which I just don't know if that's that important of a story. Like because I just don't see how streaming to Discord is ever going to be just a bad step if you want to be a streamer. Because Discord does not have a front page, it does not have a suggestion feed. So the only people that are going to see your streams are people who have already somehow subscribed to your Discord service, which Discord servers are not recommended in whole to people. So it is very much private streaming to your private group of friends territory, not learning the ins and outs of streaming to something like Twitch or YouTube or any other new service that might come along. You really are just going to have to relearn everything as soon as you wanted to actually be a streamer for larger groups. I could see definitely the argument, though, that that kids who want to stream to just their friends might be allowed by their parents to stream the Discord in a much more safer fashion than streaming to YouTube and making it like a private stream that people have to have a link to. I don't even know if you can stream privately. You probably can, but I would have to look and double check if you could. But yeah, it's still smarter at this point to get the new Rodecaster Pro Mini streaming device, I think is what it's called, that has an HDMI in capture card in it, and plug in your console into that, so then the CPU of your console is not being used and the GPU isn't being used to stream and taking up extra bandwidth. Although I don't know how much bandwidth it actually is taking up extra, because I wouldn't be surprised if there's always overhead to stream video to Microsoft on Microsoft consoles and play Sony on Sony consoles, so that they can look at what you're doing and see if you're cheating. I wouldn't be surprised if there is a secret backdoor type software in both of them to watch what the player is doing, that is just always streaming and always recording. Actually, it's not even secret, because we know you can save like clips of the last few seconds, if not minutes. We know that's already been implemented, so we already know that the consoles are using up some of the GPU processing power for that. But yeah, way better to have a Rodecaster Pro and a computer, as frustrating as computers would be, and streaming through OBS or some other software like that. No, I haven't heard anybody talk about that other company that had a custom version of OBS in a long time. Like, that was a big thing where they were putting OBS in their name, but they weren't really affiliated with the Open Broadcast software, and they were on the verge of suing them for doing it. But yeah, that OBS, other streaming service that's built on OBS but has a bunch of extra features. I haven't heard anybody mention it in a long time, so maybe it died out due to the controversy. Of course, that doesn't have anything to do with video games. Moving on, Video Games Chronicle says Post Malone has bought the world's rarest Magic the Gathering card, which that too, I guess, isn't really video game related. Post Malone, there's maybe two people that are famous that have just a ridiculous amount of face tattoos and neck tattoos. Like, I'm not gonna be really complaining that they have like finger and knuckle tattoos, and sleeves are fairly common, particularly if you have like a high sleeve that you can hide if you're actually wearing sleeved shirts. But at least in the previous generation, when you start getting neck tattoos, and particularly if you're getting face tattoos, you're saying to society, I never want to be accepted as a normal person or hired at any decent job where I would be front facing as a waiter, or cashier. Now, in reality, I think there's a lot more people without face tattoos that also would never want to be hired in those positions, but you're really committing to it at that point. And yeah, he always definitely stands out as just like, who is this person with all these tattoos? And yet, I can tell you, I have no idea who Post Malone is. Is he a rapper? Is he a singer? is he just a celebrity person? He seems like people like him, but I couldn't tell you what he does. Seems like he might just be famous for being famous. I definitely have been out of the loop as far as following celebrities, though. If he's a musician, then I guess the face tattoos are not going to hurt him too much. The bigger story here more has to do with Hasbro, and Hasbro, I believe, has announced that they're going to try and make more Hasbro Cinematic Universe movies, that since the Barbie movie succeeded. A movie around Polly Pocket was one that was announced. But Hasbro has been incredibly greedy around Magic the Gathering and Dungeons and Dragons, and this One Ring Magic the Gathering card is just really an example of that. It's the world rarest because there's, I assume, only one, and is being valued over $2 million. But that's just ridiculous, and it highlights how Magic the Gathering is being pushed by Hasbro to turn it into a comic book speculators market, where unless you pull off a gimmick like this where you really only do print one card, there really won't be that much rarity around most of the Magic the Gathering cards that get made these days. There's been several other controversies around Magic the Gathering, but I haven't been paying attention to them because they don't really have anything to do with video games other than Magic the Gathering Arena, which I did go back and look at like maybe a month ago, and there was some updates, but it still really didn't look like it had improved much in the 2+ years it's been out. Here's Twitter just not loading up. Final Fantasy's creator, Fantasians, the creator of Final Fantasy, which is probably the person who made Final Fantasy 1, has a game called Fantasian that's seemingly coming to Steam. Now, this was an Apple Arcade game written and produced by Hironobu Sakaguchi, and there was diorama background images. So the background here, I think you could probably tell, has been created by using real world rocks and clay to build this building, it looks like. And this would be at just a very low scale, and the camera would be very zoomed in. This background here may be painted on, however, and that may not actually exist. Does that look amazingly great? No, it feels like it definitely is an artistic idea. It definitely feels like this is an artistic experiment, something that would be working within perhaps the perceived limitations of what Apple Arcade could really do. Almost certainly it takes way more time to make dioramas like this, unless you're just in love with making dioramas and have already made them, or were going to make them anyways. And then you have the 3D characters just on top of it, and they stand out quite a bit. Not terribly. I would say the background and the clay construction here stands out more. I wouldn't be surprised if actually there's very few areas. It seems like he's also potentially working on a sequel. There's really no reason why this wouldn't come to Steam, but I don't know if it's going to be particularly well received by being on Steam. And notably, the Final Fantasy series is a series with no real creators behind it. Like the director producer of Final Fantasy 16 is not the same people doing Final Fantasy 14. It's not the same people doing Final Fantasy VII. There might be some overlap there, but it definitely feels like every time you get a new numbered Final Fantasy, you have a new person in charge at the very least, if not a whole different team. And the consistency of seeing chocobos really is probably just forced by Square Enix onto Final Fantasy creators. And if the original Final Fantasy 1 creator is off doing Fantasian, and there's another Final Fantasy creator doing a different game series, which I feel like there's 3 or 4 game series from people who worked on Final Fantasy that are starting to become more popular. There's really just not a lot of room to be loyal to Final Fantasy as a series. In the early days, 1, 2, and 3, all about the same. About 1 through 6 are all about the same, so I could see being fans of those and playing them just because they feel like sequels. But once you get into 7, once you get into 13, all the games are very different, and it's just not as much of a need to play them. And that's not just Final Fantasy. There's same thing with Silent Hill. There's very little care for the creators of Silent Hill 1 as much as there is interest around the creators of Silent Hill 2 or Silent Hill 3, and then there's not a ton of interest around what was the other series I was thinking of. I think I've forgotten it. Like Resident Evil is another one where the people who worked on Resident Evil 1 are not really the same people that worked on 2. They're not really the same people that worked on 3. And that's what you run into the problem of Capcom being a corporate entity and the credits really all going to Capcom instead of naming directors and producers. And that's why you have The Evil Within and the person making The Evil Within 1 claiming to really have worked on Resident Evil 4, I believe, and been the creator of Resident Evil 4, and then that person not really working on The Evil Within 2, so there's just no consistency even there. Ideally, we probably need a law where games should have better bibliographies, and it probably should be in the title. It should be something like Guillermo del Toro's Fantasian, or more accurately, what was his name? Sakaguchi's Fantasian should be a legally required way in which things are listed for video games and other forms of arts, and that the producer, the main person in charge, gets their name in the title. The only time we have seen that in game is American McGee's Alice, and that's probably just to differentiate from Alice in Wonderland by Disney or any other Alice in Wonderland by other people. But yeah, if Mario Odyssey was labeled Miyamoto's Mario Odyssey or Mario Odyssey by Miyamoto was right on the front cover, at least we could have a fake figurehead to give credits to. It still doesn't really solve the problem that all games are a collaborative effort of a longer list of people, but to get all those credits on up front, make the player see the credits on the packaging before they buy the game, is something they haven't worked on, they don't care to work on, but it's also something that would be very difficult. You basically need like a QR code or something required on the front next to like the ESRB rating that listed all the accurate credits. And that's where a union thing might come in. It'd be a little crazy, but if video games were unionized, I could see union people saying, we want a QR code on the back of the box that leads to the credits, a always maintained website credits that we will maintain for people who worked on this game. And that website, when you went to the credits and clicked on somebody's name, you could see what other things they worked on, and you could follow that creator. That would definitely be doable, and that would definitely be something that game management and video game companies would not want to agree to, because they love to withhold credits as if it even is anything of any importance. Like, of course, once they start forcing game companies to properly and accurately credit the developers of games, then the unions would also want to start seeing residuals, which is kind of fair too. If you spend 4 to 8 years working on a game, and you put your blood, sweat, and tears into it, and you're working 10 hours a day, 6 days a week, it's kind of fair that you would get some residuals if they reprint that game 10 years down the line and start selling it again, particularly in like Steam sales. The idea of contract only pay, even if it is super high, is not as good as getting a fair amount of residuals, because the money you spend in your paycheck month to month is almost always spent by the end of the next month, regardless of how high it is. That's the problem with like professional sports players, is that they get millions of dollars every year potentially in the NFL, but then they don't have any kind of financial intelligence to save any of that money, so they just live like they're always going to get millions of dollars each year, and then they tend to be completely broke and bankrupt 4 years out of their retirement. Moving on, I need to move a lot faster. Alone in the Dark Collector's Edition has been announced, and it will be limited to 5,000 copies. This is from THQ Nordic. Increasingly, it does seem like this is going to be a standard way in which collector's editions are made, in that they are going to be limited editions, and they're not going to make infinite numbers of them. Although, in all fairness, there never was infinite numbers in collector's editions, and this really is probably at least 50% a sales tactic to say 5,000 copies will be made, when in reality I doubt 5,000 copies will even be bought. Looking at this, we can see that there's a lot of weird stuff that we really haven't seen around this Alone in the Dark reboot, but it does seem like there is a big emphasis around a character maybe called the Dark One, because you have this whole statue around him. He definitely feels like he is some kind of voodoo priest type character, and so that definitely makes me feel like this narrative is going to be around voodoo. It's going to be in that Mississippi, Louisiana type area, and yeah, I guess that gives us a hint more to the story. We really don't know what, though. Dark Man is the name of it, and several other things, wall stickers. Alone in the Dark is going to be released October 25th, priced at $60. We have not really seen a lot about it, so I wouldn't be surprised if it is fairly disappointing when all is said and done. This is a weird collector's edition in particular because you're going to be taking up a lot of space just to package this statue. Like, here for scale is the Xbox and the PlayStation disc cassettes, and so looks like there might be an art book that's the same size as that, and then you have a whole extra box, it looks like, to hold Darkman, a whole extra box to hold this figurine, this Do Not Disturb wall hanger, I guess is what this is, probably just squeezed into this, and so I'd assume the stickers, the art book, this, and this all squeeze into this, and then you have separate boxes. Like usually when you have a collector's edition though, everything squeezes into one box. And unless they've got the scale really shifted and everything does squeeze into this one big box, and this box is a lot bigger, that seems like they've just packaged this pretty poorly. Looks like this might come with DLC, and that's what this is indicating. Moving on, Video Games Chronicle says a UK trade body, Yuki's new campaign helps parents agree gaming boundaries with children. The Power Up Pact, all one word, helps family have conversations about responsible gameplay. Inherently, I feel like in parenting, the idea of making kids sign contracts is just stupid. There's no legal authority behind a kid signing a contract, particularly since there's an imbalance of power there in which the parents will say, sign this, or you're grounded, sign this, or I'm going to smack you upside the head. Like, nobody, there is not a fair trade in these contracts either. It's not like the parents are giving up anything at all so that the kids can gain something. So there's not really consideration, if you want to talk about legalese, on these contracts. But it's just bad parenting. You can try and be as nice of a parent as you want to, but in the end, there has to be a, as stupid as it sounds and as unfair as it is, there has to be a point where you have to say, I'm the parent, I'm in charge, the law has put me in charge, I'm bigger than you, you're going to do what I say, whether you like it or not. Like, that's just parenting, as it unfortunately is. So trying to make it feel like it's more of a conversation can certainly be helpful, and having conversations so you can help nudge somebody to make a child to make a right decision is helpful. But that's not what contracts really are. Contracts are more forcing people to do things, particularly that's how kids are going to see them. And yes, this really just highlights how UKIE is a bunch of bureaucrats thinking about a problem from a bureaucrat's way of thinking. Judy Love, by the way, is one of the noticeable actors in the UK. That there's so few like panel show people and people that show up on UK TV. It's ridiculous how they just show up over and over again. They did say they had a clinical psychologist involved, which I agree with, but let's go to the actual website and look at this Power Up Pack and just go through it. Well, if the page loads. Inherently, I find it surprising how successful the here it is. How successful the idea of screen time has become. Let's see. I'm not going to go through all this. I want to see the actual contract in general and what you would print out and have people look at. And they're making it a pact. Definitely sounds more like a magical pact, like a blood pact, a blood oath. But yeah, I'm surprised how much screen time as a concept has actually succeeded, to the point where I honestly, in the people I've seen that have implemented screen time, have probably taken it a little bit to more of an extreme than I think would be realistic. I think as kids get older, in particular, the screen time concept is working now for the kids that I've seen use it, which are younger kids. Uh, I think once they get into middle school and high school, they're going to throw screen time out the window. Um, and yeah, maybe the idea of screen time makes a lot of sense when you're talking 6-year-olds to 10-year-olds. But the amount of time you have in front of a computer screen as you're doing homework on computers, or at least pretending to do homework on computers, is just going to go up and up. And yeah. But yeah, it has succeeded in the way more than I thought it would. Personally, if my parents, when I was a kid, obsessed with playing video games, which has led me to become, for better or worse, extremely educated and informed on playing video games and have a critical opinion that I can put out as I'm live streaming, screen time definitely would have not worked with that. Plus, I would say I was not being given other options as a kid, so if they said I had only a certain number of hours of playing video games, then, or looking at screens in general, there would have been nothing else that I could have done. They could have tried to force me to read books, but I wouldn't have read books. But they definitely weren't sending me out to play soccer or baseball or anything like that, or going out and playing. So yeah, that is, I guess, the good thing and the right way to do screen time is to say, I'm going to fill my child's life with a bunch of non-screen activities, going out playing going out and playing outside and playing sports and practicing music, things like that, reading. Whereas more children of the 80s and 90s were really just put in front of a TV and told to shut up. The baby boomer generations of parents not particularly interested in kids being active. But for this pact, as an actual contract, let's think about consideration here. What are the parents giving up for this? Otherwise, this is just rules being implemented. Even if these are rules that you're discussing and agreeing upon at this time, inherently, though, contracts are also written with the assumption that somebody might not follow the contracts, and so there's probably not going to be a consequence listed here. And so yeah, that's what I'm saying very much here. Amount of time playing and the amount of money per week spending. So immediately they're saying that you can spend money on video games. And they're saying pocket money, so I guess maybe they're saying that the kids are doing chores to earn pocket money. But also they're leaving it open that some kids would just be given pocket money. But they definitely are not leaving it open for, I am not going to spend any money on a weekly basis in video games, inside video games, in-app purchases. Which, as an adult gamer who plays games all the time, it is very easy to spend $0 every week on video games. In-app purchases, I've maybe made one in my entire life. I'd have to think about it. Hearthstone may have given me some free in-app purchases, and yeah, you get free card draws in Magic the Gathering and Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. But actual in-app purchases, yeah, maybe I bought one in Hearthstone, and that's it in my entire life. But that's the second thing. Of course, there's no consideration here as far as the parent will play a certain amount of time with their kids, or the parent will roll over time if they play less than this time to the next week, or the parent will spend any kind of quality time with their kids at all to balance this out. So there's no consideration on this first line of what the parent is giving up, whereas the kid is giving up what would have been an infinite amount of playtime to a limited number of playtime. What is the right amount of playtime? It depends severely. Like if you're considering Sunday is a holy day, some parents say kids can't play on Sunday at all. So there's 24 hours difference between one type of parent and another. Whereas some parents are going to be fine with their kids spending 24 hours, like an entire 24 hours of no sleep on Sunday, just playing video games. But yeah, you have a very wide range there. Some parents are fine where you can play as much as you want on weekends, and they only really care about limiting the time on weekdays when they need to be in a pattern of going to school. Some parents don't care how much time you spend as much as just going to bed at a specific time. So stopping at 8 in the evening, 9 in the evening, 10 in the evening. 10's probably a little late. Or not waking up early and playing video games. Some parents probably don't care if you wake up an hour early and play video games to let the parents stay in. But you definitely have a wide range there. Let's say, if I was to just randomly pick a number, 3 hours every weekday is 15 hours. 8 hours on Saturday and 8 hours on Sunday would be another 16 hours. So 31 hours would be the incredibly generous amount of playtime I would say a kid could play video games. That would be like the absolute maximum. But I could definitely see cutting that down to 16 hours in general. Not every day needs to be exactly 3 hours, and you don't need to do 8-hour marathons every Saturday and Sunday. So I could see taking 31 hours and cutting it down to 21 hours. Maybe just round it up to 24 hours in total. But then you also have to have counters and metrics to know how long, because most kids, I don't know how much time I really spend playing games. I don't have a way of keeping that metric. But yeah, if I was to pick a number for a kid, it would severely depend on their age, but it's not really much of a gaming session if you're not doing at least 2.5 hours of gameplay a day. 3 hours for a kid makes a lot of sense. It's not really fair to have specific reasons why they couldn't play on like Monday, but they could play on Tuesday, until you start getting into the actual metrics of maybe they have a piano recital or a piano rehearsal on Monday, and then that's where they lose that time. But maybe then you just let them make it up more on Saturday. Or you have them playing baseball for 12 hours on Saturdays, and then they lose 12 hours then. But yeah, 31 hours would be like the absolute maximum I would pick if I was to pick it, and I imagine that's incredibly generous. I wouldn't be surprised if there's parents out there that say 1 hour a week or 1 hour per day. It is per day, so I'd say 3 hours would be the number actually you put here. But I think thinking of it weekly makes a lot of sense. So if I was making this chart, I would definitely have Monday, Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday, and Friday, and break it down that way. 0 is the amount on spending. Again, though, if the parent is allowing a kid to spend any amount of money per week, what is the kid giving up for that? Because that's where you're going to get down to. They need to do chores, they need to make their bed, they need to mow the lawn, things like that, depending on how age appropriate chores. They need to, and then you should probably split chores like mowing the lawn, which is really a household maintenance task that an adult should really be doing. It's too dangerous for kids to mow lawns, really. But versus making a bed, which is your individual room maintenance. Like, there's a big difference between a kid maintaining the things he's messing up and then a kid being required to make somebody else's bed or clean somebody else's room. And you have some overlap there of like bathrooms where a kid is probably using a bathroom and making it dirty, but should a kid be using the chemicals and cleaning a bathroom? Probably not. That's, again, something an adult should probably be doing. But it is consideration in the other direction, again, where the kid is potentially agreeing to this, being forced to agree to this, to limit themselves when they previously would have had full freedom to spend as much as they want or play as long as they want. But overall, the parents are, if the kid is earning the pocket money, then at that point it is the kid's money. Or if the kid is given the pocket money, at that point it's the kid's money. So what consideration, extra consideration in this point, is the parent giving up so that they would limit their spending, because there needs to be some kind of extra consideration for it to really be a contract. If you had a boss that gave you a paycheck, but then he made you sign a contract saying you won't spend your paycheck at the bar, what is the boss at that point giving up in that extra contract, that second contract, to make that a valid contract? Nothing, it seems. As far as appropriate age ratings, this really falls more on the parents to not let them buy games that are inappropriate in the age rating. You can see the UK 3, 7, 12, 16, and 18 ratings, although then it confuses it with colors where 3 and 7 are green, so particularly if you're young and you can't read numbers, you might grab a 7 thinking it's a 3, or you might grab a 16 thinking it's a 12, and that's a pretty big jump there. So not the best system. But yeah, for the most part, parents should know what games their kids have. I guess kids could potentially be trading games. And I think that's probably another point to mention here, is that I will not trade games with people without consulting my parents first. I will not. That's something in general in parenting. You don't want kids trading Pokemon cards or trading toys without talking to you first, because those trades are almost certainly going to be bad trades for somebody on one side, and it's just not something parents really want to have happen. If they spend $200 on a Lego set, you don't want the kid trading the Lego set for a $20 Happy Meal toy. But yeah, I guess it's somewhat appropriate to say, hey, I know this age rating system, and I'm going to, and I've been told by my parents I can only play 12. But kids definitely aren't going to follow any of this, so if they want to play a 16 or an 18 plus game, they're going to play it. And a precocious child that wants to play an 18 plus game is almost certainly ready to play an 18 plus game. Because people are just mentally growing up at different rates in different times. You may traumatize yourself a little bit playing an 18 plus game if you're 7 years old, but you're gonna hardly send yourself to the loony bin playing a video game that's 18 plus. They're so censored. Anyways, 18 is not adults only. It's no nudity. It's just going to be horror and violence in cartoony video game forms. Rating systems make a lot more sense when you're watching movie and TVs where you see actual actors, and it's much more realistic. Online chat, real world friends or others online, it feels like that is fine, but then there is also a point here that definitely needs to be discussed. There clearly needs to be a discussion sheet secondary to this, to discuss aspects. They kind of do that is how we interact with others online. Consider where in the house, how to treat others, times at which it's appropriate to chat online. Um, but yeah, basically saying teaching kids to say good game and be nice and generous and not harass girls or yell at people or blame them for um, for the team losing or being poor sportsmen, things like that. In fact, there's just not enough room here to go over the much longer conversation as far as being online and chatting. Because that should really be a whole page on itself as far as how you're going to chat. I do generally, if I was filling this out, say real world friends only until they're about 17 or 18, then others online. I think that's fair enough because you just don't know who's on the other side of that chat. It could be a 35-year-old pedophile pretending to be a 16-year-old, or it could just be a 16-year-old who's a jerk. Or it could just be a homo person. There's a small chance for that one too. As far as text chat, it's probably helpful if kids were forced to text chat in the short run. But eventually, if you're going to let them get in the chat in the first place, which I could see just saying no online chat at all. But yeah, eventually somebody's going to get a microphone and do voice chat. Again, that I'd put that closer to 16, 17, 18 though. For really any chat, if it's others. I don't really see the reason if you have real world friends though that you couldn't just immediately voice chat with real world friends. Unless you're just trying to make them better at typing. But text chat on consoles in particular is pretty terrible. Then you have the grown-up signature and the child signature and the date. And copyright infringing Mario, Mushrooms, and Stars, which wouldn't it be ironic if this gets taken down by Nintendo just for that? Star here, controller here. But yeah, there's no consideration here in these last two either. Parents aren't willing to say, I will play these age 3 games with you, or I will limit myself to playing video games. This really doesn't give the thought that parents would play video games at all. Parents aren't making any consideration here as far as saying, I will talk to your real world friends too and chat with them, or I will play the game with you, or I will sit next to you and be in on the conversation in any way, or at least monitoring the conversation. And yeah, much like I assumed, this really just highlights why these contracts are stupid. Like, get rid of the signature part. Stop pretending like it's a contract. These are rules that you are maybe sitting down and agreeing to, but at any point in the conversation, if the kid said my playtime would be like 300 hours per day or 24 hours per day, the parent's going to say, nope, overruled. Or the kid says my spending per week, which is weird to go per day than per week here, because is going to be $5,000. The parent's just going to say nope, overruled. Or if the kid says I'm going to play 18 plus, they're going to go no, under overruled if they're 7 years old. These contracts don't work with anything. And frankly, if you're having trouble with a child that probably needs a lot of therapy, and the therapist is suggesting contracts, that's very much a Dr. Phil thing, and anything Dr. Phil is doing is probably the wrong thing. The idea of behavior contracts, which is what this really is, just in a different coating of paint, just don't work. It's just dumb. This might as well just be a totalitarian thing where the parent lists it, fills it in, prints it out, and say these are the rules that you're going to follow. There's no talk as far as getting video games taken away, which honestly, if they suggested if I break these rules, I will have my video games taken away for 1 week. If that is the default like punishment that is suggested here for breaking these rules, again, really shouldn't be a contract. That's actually probably pretty helpful too, because there's a lot of parents here that would love to have something like this, and then they would just straight up start slapping, beating, belting their kids for breaking the rules. So if you can suggest a non-violent punishment of just taking the video games away or grounding them, then you can push the more violent bad parents out there towards non-violent solutions, which may help a little, probably doesn't help a lot. There is perhaps a whole nother page here that psychologists should write up as far as when I lose I feel angry, and when I'm angry I can express this anger and work out this anger in a healthy way by doing this, and this. When I win and I get excited, I should express that excitement in a healthy way doing this, and this. These are the words that I have used in the past that I know are bad words, and here are some alternates to bad words I should use instead. That giving better guidance, like this isn't really guidance, this is rules, would be very helpful for kids in general, and just managing their very hyped up emotions based on them growing and having hormones going through them throughout their entire childhood would be a lot more helpful too. You see this also in schools where there are these forms they have kindergartners fill out to saying, I got mad and I punched my neighbor and I feel sorry about it, and I was given a timeout or whatever, and they're sending home these bureaucratic forms of kindergartners who are just like, maybe the parents should know about incidences of as far as behavior incidences, but it does all come off very bureaucratic when you're having kids sign them and fill out the forms themselves. Like, equating bureaucracy and paperwork as a punishment is probably not a great way to run a society. Anyways, I talked way too much about this contract, but in general, I would say I don't think that works. I think there's not enough information and not enough assistive discussion secondary pages to go around that. And if you are going to make a real contract, you should really get into the idea of an actual contract being a contract, and there being something that both sides give up and both sides get out of the contract, and that there should be as much of a balance of power as possible. And for kids, that's very, very difficult, kids and parents, to have that kind of deal going. So you might as well just call them rules. Call a rule a rule. Quit pretending like it isn't a rule. If you have to pay the taxes or you get thrown in jail, it's a rule that you have to pay the taxes. It is hardly a fair contract between citizen and government. Moving on, Video Games Chronicle has an article here. A Street Fighter 6 tournament has been interrupted because a new Chun-Li mod was installed. Now, it's important to point out, and this was misreported by Video Games Chronicle originally, that this was the host that had installed the mod. So the host was getting their footage and showing it off, I guess, and they had the mod installed on them, not the fighters. Because if the fighters were installing any kind of mod at all, that would be immediately grounds not only for them to not win that tournament, but potentially a huge scandal that they were playing a modded version of Street Fighter 6 in tournament play. So I doubt any tournament player who's who's being serious would ever even bother to install a mod, let alone a nude mod. It's kind of crazy that even the host would have the nude mod installed and not remember it and know it. But if anything, I guess that highlights that even at the highest professional level of play as far as Street Fighter 6, there is a lot of desire still to see the Street Fighter character Chun-Li naked, which in all fairness, the anime of Street Fighter definitely was highlighting Chun-Li and sexualizing her, and she's, ever since that Street Fighter part happened, that Street Fighter anime from many decades ago, Chun-Li has been a particularly high character of sexual desire. So yeah, the Twitter video here, which I've blurred, is literally showing the footage, 39 seconds, about 25 of it shows that, yeah, Chun-Li's there, and she's still doing like karate poses, so just by coincidence her arms and legs are covering most of the naughty bits anyways, being nude. It's not particularly that dramatic of an angle or a presentation if they are just still doing the karate moves in the fighting poses in the stances. The difference between Capcom making the game try to be sexualized or sexualized Chun-Li and a mod that is just doing not particularly sexual karate moves is fairly different. Yeah, if they were trying to make something more like Rumble Roses, where that was a very lewd wrestling game, then the characters would be bending over, showing their butts, and being put in all kinds of very lewd, pornographic type positions, and you would get a very different experience. In a lot of ways, nude mods fail in my mind because of that. When you do just put a nude mod in a game that is not doing anything with the characters, the conversation isn't very sexual, and the poses aren't very sexual, it just really is almost like nudism for the worshipping the sun nudity embracement concept, more than actually showing off for sexualized reasons. And being fully nude is usually not as sexy as being in a sexy bikini or something anyways. Having a little bit to hide works better. Yeah, a potential nipple slip is more exciting than just exposed topless beaches. Nudism, apparently, I heard, was originally a religion in itself, but they kind of dropped all aspects of that later decades. Yeah, whoops. Yeah, that was one I clicked on because it wasn't loading. Speaking of nudity, the nude mod for the characters in the Resident Evil 4 remake also not anywhere as interesting as the crazy outfit mods that they've made for Leon in particular in the Resident Evil 4 remake. Moving on, Video Games Chronicles says that Saints Row Reboot is coming to Steam later this month, plus a third expansion is arriving next week. I doubt any of that is going to create a situation where people want to play Saints Row reboot anymore, though. Even if somehow when it came to Steam it was like considerably bug free, the story and the narrative parts of Saints Row, even with these DLCs, I haven't heard anybody even mention the first or second DLC, has been very unremarkable, obviously. It looks like Ice and Dust is just going to have them potentially fighting another gang that is Ice focused, or maybe it is just outfits. A song of Ice and Dust, if anything, sounds like it is a parody of A Song of Ice and Fire or Game of Thrones, which I imagine they won't do particularly well. Moving on, EA has earned $1.2 billion from live service titles during its first record quarter. A big part of that is FIFA, which will soon be renamed EA Sports Football Club. Let's see what these other X/Twitter things were, because I was clicking on tabs because the images weren't going through it. So we have a cosplayer of a lady in Wonder Woman outfits. Not video game related, but a decent job. It's kind of hard to fill out the body of Wonder Woman. She's in cartoons and comic books shown as having a very broad chest and being very muscular, and this kind of highlights these are an average lady's scrawny arms, and yeah, so in a lot of ways this doesn't quite feel like this is Wonder Woman's body type, but it is Wonder Woman's outfit. So overall, I would say that that was a good cosplay. Really was just clicking on a whole bunch of stuff. Twitter with their X logo here, and it's just not working half the time, is a nightmare. Yeah, and I don't know if this is just the way I'm seeing Twitter or if this is just something in general, but this is part of the problem I've been having with Twitter, is that you click on something or you try to reload the page and it is just showing the X logo and not going any further. I doubt anybody cares, but OpenZFS version 2.2 release candidate has some new features, particularly Docker overlay file system support, which would mean potentially better integration of a Docker sandboxed image of Linux connecting to an underlying ZFS hard drive RAID array, which that has been something that has been kind of difficult to deal with. You can have ZFS present the top level of a file system before this version, but to get to the underlying support to do more complicated things like make snapshots, I think was one of the big things you couldn't do from a Docker overlay file system. These other things I would have to research to really know, but scrubbing only bad blocks, healing corruption using recover, seeing all affected data sets, all this data error management is also probably very helpful, considering how much of Docker how much of ZFS is built around the idea of recoverable data. See, this is the problem I'm having right now, and this is probably because of the maximum transmission unit being set too low, that you're getting images just not loading in very fast, and they are loading in chunks. and it is just a bad experience overall at Twitter. But weirdly, not seeing as much of that bad experience on other sites, so it may just be Twitter's fault. Twitter is just getting worse and worse, but Threads failed after about a week, it seems, so who knows. I'm trying out a new source of news instead of sticking to Reddit for most of my news, and hopefully I'm not getting any news from Facebook, but I might be getting a story or two from it and not realizing it. There is Legal as a YouTuber advertised this app called Ground News that specifically puts, I think, mostly American website articles in either left, right, or center, and this would be left, right, or center of what is mostly right-leaning news in the United States, because Democrats in the United States are fairly right-leaning too. They compared to, say, the Liberal Socialist Party in Germany or in any European country. But they call Democrats in the United States left-leaning when they really aren't that much, at least economically. But yeah, it tries to take one story and from multiple news sources and say how many people on the left are talking about this and how many people on the right are talking about this, and it tries to highlight the bias there. I don't know if it really is beneficial to think of the world as being either centrist, leftist, or rightist, but it is how most people do categorize the news they get, and it's mostly how most news sources tend to lean fairly consistently, although not 100% really, because there are definitely a lot of people that may be left on one issue and topic and right on several other topics, but I'm giving it an experiment to see if I really want to care about it. It also kind of has the opposite of the Google Circles idea, which I think Google Circles as a concept probably would have worked better if it was backwards from the way they had it, where you pick topics of interest to you at the very beginning on Ground News. Ground News is also constantly advertising that you should subscribe to a premium service, but the app actually does work for free without making even an account. But yeah, I'm trying that out. I'll see if that works, particularly if I can pick specific topics and then ignore other topics. I think I could probably get better news. This is all being done in part because Reddit is probably not going anywhere in the same way Twitter isn't going anywhere, but it's way worse now after a lot of the people got mad at it and left than it was before. There is obviously a lot more censorship happening on Reddit these days than there once was, and there was a decent amount of mob rule style censorship happening on Reddit in general. You might balance it out and get some news from Reddit and some from more standard news professionals who are mostly run by rich elites and funding the newspapers. Moving on back to video games, Take-Two was making layoffs in March and now has just paid its top execs $72.3 million. That's pretty standard operating procedure, though. These performance-based payouts were shared between the CEO Strauss Zelnick and President Karl Stadolf. Yep, that's pretty much how it goes, though, is that the people make layoffs and that is making shareholders happy, so the shareholders are more than happy to let the board pay themselves giant performance-based payouts. the United States is starting to make some rules as far as putting cybersecurity people on the boards of corporations and forcing corporations to disclose when they've been hacked in a much shorter amount of time. Generally around the world, it's like 48 hours you have to disclose a major breach, where in the United States they're proposing a meager 7 days, maybe less, to make a disclosure. But yeah, it's all very generally written, but they're saying we want somebody on the board who can make these kind of top level management decisions when there is a breach, when you have been blackmailed by cryptocurrency people who have encrypted your hard drives and taken over your servers. We want somebody with some experience in that can make the right decisions and not steer the ship directly into an iceberg. Although weirdly, there really aren't a lot of certifications out there to be the chief technology officer, CTO, nor is there a lot of time in which anybody really would have had a lot of experience being a good CTO. I wouldn't be surprised if more than half of all CTOs that exist today are not qualified really to be in that position. They don't have the qualifications or experience, and just got the job because they were friends with the CEO or president on the board. But it does make sense at least to have the rules in place to say, hey, part of your due diligence these days is to make sure that you're not going to leak all the data out and cause your company to lose millions of dollars and affect the shareholders. And this is all phrased around the idea of the shareholders of the companies can't be screwed over. They don't care about the customers of a company getting screwed over and having their data leaked. That's not the government's concern at all. Moving on, Video Games Chronicle says Baldur's Gate 3 won't let players preload despite it being 122 gigabytes in size. It also has said that the game will run on the Steam Deck at launch, which run doesn't inherently mean it will run well. I suppose it just is a case where they didn't think about the preload idea. I really don't think there is that big of a risk of stopping people from preloading, depending on how the preloading is done. Because what I would assume would be happening on a preload is that you would either have it all encrypted and the encryption key would not be available until the game actually launches, and a preload wouldn't give somebody, even with like anything smaller than a quantum computer, enough time to try and break the encryption key. You're not going to be able to brute force 122 gigabytes of encrypted data if the encryption key is big enough and secure enough in a week's time. It doesn't have to actually be encrypted even. You can actually instead just have the preload be missing significant stripes of the data. If every 10th megabyte of 122 gigabytes, so let's just say if 12 gigabytes of that 122 gigabytes was not included in the preload, and then you made them download 12 gigabytes to start with, that wouldn't be a great preload, but it would stop anybody from getting the game early. But I suspect this isn't no preload because we're afraid somebody's going to get early access to the games, as much as it is just no preload because implementing preloading is hard. I don't think Steam really has a system to implement preloading. If they do, there's so few games that are sold in that way that I just haven't ever seen it be an issue or be talked about on Steam. Maybe it works perfectly, and Steam does have a system. As far as I know, I've never bought a new game to the point where I've needed to preload a game. Uh, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the way you preload a game on Sony is drastically different than the way you preload a game on Xbox. And if Switch has a preload option at all, that almost certainly is going to be drastically different. GameDeveloper.com has this article. We could certainly get into a long discussion around feminist frequency. I think it's important probably to point out that feminist frequency and Anita Sarkeesian, not really part of the first part of Gamergate, but certainly around, was talked about a lot around that same time by people that were either pro or anti-Gamergate in a lot of ways. But the thing about Anita Sarkeesian, and I'm going to say this from my probably biased perspective, is that she was not really qualified to do the things she promised to do in her original Kickstarter and her original idea of making a YouTube mini series of what was originally sold as, like, these are going to be college level presentations around female representation in video games. And at the beginning of that, when it was first sold to people in the Kickstarter, there was a lot of gamers who were interested in seeing what she had to say and interested in that product. And so this was, people were really behind her. It wasn't until she started to actually put out her episodes, which became increasingly further and further apart. And it took her a long time to actually fulfill the original Kickstarter promise of making the 15 episodes she was supposed to make. But by the second or third episode she had made, it was shown pretty obviously that she did not have a level of knowledge and experience of video games to be making these presentations in the first place. That she just hadn't even played average games. She had incredibly obvious misunderstandings of how characters were presented, and it kind of quickly revealed itself to be she tricked a bunch of people to fund her making videos just hating on gamers in general, but mostly male gamers, and hating on video games and the development of video games overall. One of the most notable examples she made is she hated on several games in one example, and then presented one game that really wasn't even a walking simulator game. It was basically a very simplistic visual novel nobody had ever heard of, and she was praising it like crazy, and people just like, this Anita Sarkeesian just doesn't get it. And as people were disappointed with the Kickstarter content and the content of the original Feminist Frequency videos, the narrative more and more, I think, being pushed by Anita Sarkeesian and anti-Gamergater people in general, was that people were just hating on her and that there's just a bunch of sexists attacking her, when I think it's very easy just to look at the quality of her work and say it wasn't very good, it wasn't brought out in a timely manner, and you can scientifically prove that one. And yeah, it just wasn't good. There is a YouTuber called Leanna K, I believe is her name, who has been playing video games a lot longer, and I don't know if I'd 100% agree with everything she's made or everything she said. I probably wouldn't, but she definitely was the Anita Sarkeesian that we needed to potentially make a miniseries, and that's what Leanna K was doing in part. Too, is that she was making a series around actual female characters with the actual experience and the actual perspective of a real gamer, whereas Anita Sarkeesian really wasn't doing that, and she was definitely like covering and criticizing Anita Sarkeesian. So Leanna K is definitely the opposite side of the coin to potentially check out if you see Feminist Frequency's videos and find them to be highly inaccurate, which you probably should. But there is more, I believe, and I'm just remembering this off the top of my head, in that eventually Feminist Frequency got some other funding. I don't know if it was a second Kickstarter or not, and formed a advocacy organization called Feminist Frequency instead of just a YouTube channel, of which I think very little was ever accomplished or done with that. I think they were in part maybe involved with the Bully Hunters fiasco, where it was the idea of a bunch of esports super strong, super good female players hunting down other players who had said something sexist to somebody. And so it was like they announced this idea of the Bully Hunters, I think that was the name of it, and that they were somehow you would be able to report a player to the Bully Hunters, and then the Bully Hunters would effectively go bully that bully in video games and beat them over and over again. Feminist Frequency may have had something to do with that, maybe not, but certainly Bully Hunters as an idea was another of this continuing anti-Gamergate armchair feminist, third wave feminist nonsense that was consistently being pushed for a long time. It's been 15 years. But yeah, most of these characters, and I imagine Anita Sarkeesian is one of them, feel like they were bullied, and they're saying she has burnout, and she really hasn't accomplished much in 15 years other than getting a lot of funding and a lot of support from fewer and fewer people willing to pay more and more as they became loyalists to her. But yeah, there was a lot of that. I'm glad we don't see any of that these days, really much. Like, most noticeably when there's complaints of, say, the Horizon Zero Dawn DLC that just turned Aloy into a lesbian and have a lesbian kiss out of nowhere. You didn't see the likes of Feminist Frequency or any sites. Although, in fairness, I've kind of stopped watching Kotaku, who would push those narratives a lot, and Kotaku has failed miserably and is trying to replace most of its writers with AI at the moment. Giant Bomb is a drastically different place, and I'm not listening to them anymore. But it mostly was Kotaku that was pushing those narratives, and so by getting better news sources that didn't have this bias to push this kinds of nonsense, Feminist Frequency and the likes have not been in my viewer. I've blinded myself to that nonsense, and I've been happier for it ever since. Let's see. Yeah, Polygon is another one. The only reason I would say Feminist Frequency as an advocacy organization has been around this long is because she probably was able to write off taxes by having it as an organization. but she's really run out of ideas. The Tropes versus Women in Video Games series was originally maybe a Patreon type thing, so I'm not sure you can even see them. Yeah. The episodes, as far as tropes that she talked about, as far as damsel in distress, was done, in my opinion, very poorly. And then the episode where she's talking about how cameras lingered on the woman's body doing a male gaze was also done very poorly. Developers like Naughty Dogs and Arcane paid her probably way too much to be a consultant, which over the last 15 years, if we looked at all the games from Naughty Dog and Arcane, have the female characters in those games been presented better at all? Have Naughty Dog and Arcane even released games in the last 15 years? She was allowed to speak at GDC, which, yeah, I guess anybody's pretty much around. It took her 15 years to be extremely burnt out because she barely did any work. That's a maybe mean criticism to say. Yeah, and definitely I was so tired I was so over talking about abuse, re-traumatizing myself for the sake of the audience anymore, and that's when I started to realize that I'm just really over this. Interesting they keep the F word in there. That's one of the things that's weird about Shadow of the Tomb Raider too, is that every time Lara Croft in Shadow of the Tomb Raider falls, she says S-H-I-T. And then she fell in one thing, and she said like crap. So apparently they programmed her to say at random 2 cuss words, but they've balanced it so terribly that she said the S word every time up until this point. So, like, that's really crazy. It's crazy in the first place by having Lara Croft cuss that much, particularly since she doesn't talk at all. But to say the same word, same line of dialogue, just played over and over again, same recorded line. It's important to celebrate, to separate, not celebrate, the difference between stories of actual sexism between employees at like Activision Blizzard or Riot Games, and the nonsense that Anita Sarkeesian often spouted, really attacking the creatives and the directors, the makers of games, and attacking what was depictions of animated characters, where there really aren't any victims. Let's just face it. There's a big difference between being sex trafficked in the real world and being forced to be a porn actor or have nude photos taken of you and having those nude photos sold, which that very much is wrong, obviously, and then telling a story where somebody is sex trafficked and forced to star in porns and having nude photos on it. There's just not a victim in the fictionalized version of that story. There is a victim in the real story. And every day of the week, I'd say, give me the fictionalized version that doesn't have a victim. I'm not willing to really believe that society is so weak that some fictions and some stories can't be told, because it will push some large amount of people into trying to act out fictitious stories. If that's the case, then all fiction has to be outlawed, and I'm not willing to live in that world. And so, yeah. You see this with like comic books too. It's like, oh, they have Superwoman showing off too much cleavage. So what? There's no victim in that. Like, who cares? Every argument outside of that really just falls apart when you just say who cares. Like, women like to see sexy women too. Women like to be seen as sexy. Um, when you're getting into a level of feminism where you're yelling at other women because they like to see sexy women or they like to appear sexy, you've gone too far as feminism is concerned. That's generally where you get the idea of people saying they support first wave and second wave feminism, but they don't really support this third wave of feminism, which is pushing potentially for things that women don't really even want, or pushing for a superiority of women over men or other genders or non-gendered people. But particularly getting back to Anita Sarkeesian, she's just talking about video game characters. And I don't think even little kids are forming a lot of their interactions and attitudes around females based on video game characters. If that were the case, then I would think every woman should be like Lara Croft with the triangle boob t-shirt and hot pants running around. And while there are cosplayers that look like that on rare occasions, that is not my expectation as far as a way females should act or depict if they don't want to act that way. If anything, compared to a lot of other medium, I feel like video game characters are highly independent and empowered, because when you are playing as a female character, you're empathizing and being that character, and they are the hero, and they are not just damsels in distress. There's very rarely a case where you have a damsel in distress in a character. Princess Peach is about the only one that is a damsel in distress type character from major franchises. And a lot of what Anita Sarkeesian would talk about was she would try to blame bigger franchises for then use examples of very small independent games that weren't relevant in the first place. One of her major complaints was that in the Arkham series of games, Batman had a cape, and so it hid Batman's latex suit butt, whereas Catwoman didn't have a cape in some of the Arkham games, so you could see her latex butt. But if anything, that's not a criticism of the game developers. That's a criticism of the comic book animators. Because the Arkham games were just depicting Catwoman and Batman the way he was depicted in the comics. So apparently she set up a games and online harassment hotline in 2020. I bet very few people ever called that. I've never even heard of it. But that feels like the Bully Hunters story. It's important to point out that GameDeveloper.com is definitely trying to be as supportive and on the side of Anita Sarkeesian, so there's not really a lot of criticism here. Not that they really do that much criticism anyways. Their sibling organization is GDC, so obviously they're going to support him. But yeah, 15 years, feminist frequency has accomplished basically nothing, and it's a bigger shame than it would seem, in that the one thing she probably has accomplished is she's put a nail in the coffin of people like Leanna Kay and other YouTuber female gamers who would have wanted to do just about the same thing as what Feminist Frequency originally promised with the Tropes vs. Women series, and now nobody can do that because it is a red hot topic that would get people angry about it. There's no. She has walked into a room, poured a bunch of gasoline, and set the room on fire as far as discussing tropes versus women. Um, which maybe the versus women part was the problem in the first place, and had she just said tropes in general, tropes from a feminist perspective, it even would have made sense. She never did a good job, in my opinion, at all, but um, she never stood out and said, hey, I'm a feminist, let's go through a bunch of video games and see what, from my perspective, and I'm seeing. It was always versus women in the first place. Whereas feminists in general are also mothers very often, and they have little boys, and they have brothers, and they have fathers. And so just because you're a feminist who's female, or if even you're a feminist who's male, that shouldn't make you completely uninterested in other people and other genders. So, from a feminist perspective, the way Mario is depicted, there's a valid opinion to have there from your perspective as a feminist that could be discussed. Mario as a character is kind of a bad character from a feminist perspective, not because he's sexist and hates women. If anything, he's the white knight always saving Princess Peach, but noticeably he's never settling down with a woman. He's never getting married. He's never providing for any women. He's not having children. He's not having sons. He's not having daughters. We have no idea who Mario's father is, or his mother as characters. He's not much of a character in general. But yeah, if you were the mother of Mario, you probably would not be happy that for the past 35 plus years in video game history, he has never been depicted as anything other than a person who's willing to pause their life to immediately go on an adventure to save Princess Peach. Like, he doesn't get a room at the castle, at Princess Peach's castle, as far as we can tell. He doesn't go home to a loving wife or loving children or even a dog. Luigi has a ghost dog in Luigi's Mansion. Like, he's not really very fulfilled as a male. And a feminist could see that and have an opinion on that in a slightly different way. So yeah, you could talk about that. You could talk about how, in general, most male protagonists in games are not really living fulfilling lives. And from the feminist perspective, why that might be, why you might get more from that as a feminist than you might not overall. Instead of just super focusing, once you put that versus in there, you came out of the, once that was the title of the series, you came out of the door in an aggressive stance, saying that this is always going to be, tropes are against women. Versus means against. It's just that simple. Whereas if you had just called it tropes in video games, from feminist frequency, you would have opened yourself up more. And that's probably why her episodes took so long and were so bad in the first place, is that she painted herself into a corner. And definitely I've done that before too, where you think you're going to do something great and you paint yourself into a corner with a limited concept. But yeah, 15 years of failure. I'm being kind of mean here, but yeah. Calling her a media critic is, I guess, fair, since anybody can be a critic, but I'm certainly glad I've made way more content than Feminist Frequency, and I think I've probably made as good, if not way better, content than Feminist Frequency. But by not painting myself into a corner. There are just a lot of games also where the story just doesn't have anything to do with feminism, and that's just not the story they want to tell. It's not the story that mostly white male game creators can tell. Life is Strange, in particular, felt very weird because it was too Canadian white guys telling the story of a teenage girl with time rewinding powers, and that was very noticeable. And still, they did a decent job, but not as good of a job as I think they could have had they been speaking their own truth. Moving on, Star Wars Jedi Survivor will be coming to the PS4 and Xbox One. EA has confirmed that the last generation versions are in development, which, it's weird that we're getting late to the party announcements for last generation games versions. Let's see. GameDeveloper.com says the game sales have fallen below expectations at Sega, but revenue remains steady. The company hopes its upcoming release slate will provide some impetus. Impetus is a big word to use. I guess relief might be a more simple word to use. Right. A Last of Us alike called The Last Hope on the Nintendo eShop has been taken down from the Nintendo eShop after Sony complained. Arguably, I don't know if this is a real DMCA or if this isn't just a continuation of what is in fact a quadopoly handshake deal of collusion. It really feels like they are just doing blatant collusion at this point, where Valve is calling Nintendo and saying, hey, do you want the Dolphin emulator on Steam? And Nintendo is saying no. And now Sony has potentially called Nintendo and said, hey, we don't want The Last Hope on your eShop. And they're saying, okay, we'll take it down. So it does definitely seem like we've hit a collusion point where the main big companies, quadopolies of Microsoft, Sony, Valve, and Nintendo, have handshake deals to delist any game that any of the others ask. Although I'm throwing Microsoft in there, and I haven't heard a story of Microsoft actually delisting anything yet, but in all fairness. And Sony, I can't think of a story where Sony has actually delisted something on their storefront yet either. But Valve has delisted something, and Nintendo's delisted something, and Nintendo and PlayStation have both requested something be delisted. Moving on, the Elden Ring composer Yuka Kitamura has departed from software. I think this is probably just more evidence that there is not going to be an Elden Ring 2. If they do, it's probably not going to involve George R.R. Martin, partly due to the fact of the strike, but partly due to the fact that he'll just be busy trying to finish the Song of Ice and Fire books. The From Software will probably make a new game, but I don't know if they even really need to double dip back into Elden Ring, or if they are enjoying the idea of making a Dark Souls-like game over and over again in slightly different environments. There might be real value in making just a Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3, then Bloodborne 1, 2, then Elden Ring, maybe an Elden Ring 2, then moving on to something else. They all dangerously come too close to Lord of the Rings style fantasy, though. It would be interesting to perhaps have a sci-fi Dark Souls type game, or a more colorful Monster Hunter style Dark Souls type game as far as visuals, or a present day time, or even a Fallout time, nuclear punk or cyberpunk. Like, you could kind of go in any direction when your main sales point as far as making a Dark Souls type game is just making a game that is very difficult and Mostly just an open world game with RPG elements. Very simplistic requirements there. And how many of these Twitter things? Here, this one says, something went wrong, but don't fret, let's give it another shot. Try again. Where this one's... It's all trying to obviously load things in behind the scenes when that is just not the way web pages work these days. You don't load things behind the scenes. You load them as fast as possible. Even if the image isn't completely loaded in and it's a little fuzzy, most people won't even notice that and they'll just keep on scrolling. So I have like 4 Twitter things here that aren't working, so whatever. You can see though on Firefox, even when I loaded a different page, it took a while to unload that, load it back in the RAM. But I'm not seeing reboots or crashes, so I don't know if there really is a possibility here that I need to slow down my RAM in any way some more. I think if anything I'll mess with the network first. ScumVM version 2.7.1 is now available. It's a bug fix thing. It fixes just a few bugs and that's it, so nothing great happening there. Okay, well, that was it. This doesn't have anything to do with video games, but apparently JavaScript has this normalize function that I needed to use, which what it does is it takes something like an E with an accent over it and just turns it into an E. And there's more to it than that, but yeah. That's gonna save me a lot of frustration because there's only certain symbols you can put in YouTube videos. So when I have a game that has like an E with an accent over it, I need that to turn to an E for it to work with my system to get the file name correctly. Also had to write code to shorten the length of some games because some of the games titles are way too long and you can only have about 100, well exactly 100 characters in the title of YouTube videos. Now noticeably, TubeBuddy was suggesting more and more that people use ChatGPT to write the titles of your videos. And I could see potentially being tempted in doing that. But I don't think it would really work very well for any of my series. Because all of my videos are serialized. What is this called? 9 Years of Shadows? So yeah, if I was making a single video that was talking about a single topic, ChatGPT writing a pithy clickbait style article headline or title would be helpful, but it definitely would be very clickbaity regardless. But if that's the kind of YouTube channel you're making, might as well embrace ChatGPT at that point. I'm going through water like crazy today. I've also been going for 3 hours and haven't even really gone anywhere. So yeah. For my channel though, if I was even to think of a clickbait title for a game, say I was playing Prey, and I had some pithy title there, it would then just be number 1, number 2, number 3 of a long-running series of 20 episodes. If you could have potentially a subtitle for individual episodes, maybe there would be a trick that could be pulled off there. But yeah, I don't know what it really benefits me to get people to click on a video if by using ChatGPT, something that is not me and not my creative output. Because once they start listening to me and watching the videos, people still have to potentially give me and my creative output a chance and listen to it. So you run into this problem that has never really been fixed on YouTube, where a clickbait title still gets enough people clicks that people who make bad quality content succeed on YouTube, whereas people who potentially make good quality content but bad titles fail 100% of the time on YouTube. And it really shouldn't be that way. They should de-emphasize headlines and titles and clicks in favor of watch time, and they have done that somewhat, but it's still in the algorithm too much. Moving on through the Video Games Chronicle Rigo stories, which hopefully we've talked about most of these already. EA says its college game is making incredible progress, but it's still working through licensing. Publisher says many teams have signed up and it hasn't added real players yet, so this could potentially just be in negotiation hell forever if they have to get most, if not all, the college football teams in, I assume this is the United States, and by football they mean American football, but maybe it isn't. Yeah, it's American football. It really, since Video Games Chronicle is UK based, it's would make sense for them to say American football instead of college soccer potentially. And this screenshot doesn't really help you much. The white lines maybe are a little bit of a giveaway that they're talking American football, but it's not unheard of for there to be white lines on a soccer field too. Hasbro apologizes for claiming Activision lost its Transformer games. The toy company says its recent comments were made in error. Well, this is an interesting turn of events. But yeah, why go public with something so inflammatory unless you were willing to back it up? Apparently now there is some fight between Activision and Hasbro. To clarify, the comments that suggest the Transformer games may have been lost were made in error. We apologize to Activision and regret any confusion. They've been a great partner and we look forward to future opportunities to work together. Let's see. This is a statement with no substance, really. It's just saying we're clarifying comments which were pretty clear before by saying they were made in error, which is, I guess, maybe they're just saying I was talking out of my butt, or the person was talking out of their butt. But yeah, these kinds of statements, the egos are so big amongst people. I wouldn't be surprised if Bobby Kotick, in particular, got on the phone with Hasbro and said, if you don't apologize immediately, we are never going to let you re-release any of these games again. Or do any other future business with you. Something along that line. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know why you would have made that statement. See, the statement here is, sadly, apparently Activision's not sure what hard drives they're on in their building. When a company eats a company that eats a company, things get lost. And that's very frustrating. When the response to whatever question was asked here is, we do not have anything to announce at this time, but we always look forward to new potential opportunities, so stay tuned, is your standard boilerplate non-response to that. It's just say, we don't have anything to announce right now, but we Activision's been a great partner, and we always look forward to, or we're always looking for new opportunities to satisfy our audience and bring back classics. But yeah, if you're gonna make a statement that's so honest, there you really needed to back it up. And yeah, nobody has the backbone in the video game industry or most industries to back up a statement. That's the power of saying something rude or mean, is that it's not the actual saying it, it's that I'm going to back it up and I'm going to repeat it and I'm going to say it over and over again. If I said Bernie Sanders is a blowhard, the power of saying Bernie Sanders is a blowhard, just to think of a random insult, not one I even really agree with, but the power there isn't to say that and try and hurt his feelings or anything. It's to say it again and be willing to stand up and back it up, and say it again over and over again and be quoted by it and say, I stand by my words, I stand by my opinion here. We already talked about Post Malone buying Magic Gathering. In a lot of ways, this is obviously just a rich person buying ridiculously overpriced things, non-practical things. And if anything, it's an example why rich people don't deserve the vast amount of money they have, is because you basically never see a story of a rich person investing their money in any kind of logical way that would help society. Even when you have somebody like Bill Gates, who apparently was going around with Jeffrey Epstein, when he was, I think, mostly forced to make the Gates and Melinda Foundation as a charity. The Gates and Melinda Foundation arguably hasn't been that great as a organization or for society. They've tried, or they said they've tried some things, but in a lot of ways these charities by rich people are just tax havens and ways of avoiding paying taxes. And I kind of think the Gates and Melinda Foundation is probably more of that than anything else. And I believe the story was back during the COVID that the Gates Foundation actively pushed people to maintain copyrights for the COVID vaccine, making the COVID vaccine really more expensive than it should have been, when it could have just been released for free. Maybe there was some legal reasoning behind it, but I wouldn't be surprised if it is just straight up a desire to profit off of a pandemic. We talked about Mario Kart 8 and Splatoon for Wii U coming back online. We talked about Saints Row Reboot. We talked about Gamescom. Here's the Last of Us knockoff game, Last Hope. Trailers for The Last Hope Dead Zone Survival are now being removed by Sony too. Is this a real DMCA? I imagine some of it is, at least. But maybe removing it from the Nintendo eShop wasn't an actual DMCA as much as it was a threat for a DMCA. And arguably, there's just a question as to how much of The Last of Us does Sony potentially have a copyright to. I think it is incredibly unfair if the copyright extended to a man and a girl surviving in some kind of post-apocalypse. Which, like, maybe the trailers look similar or the outfits look similar, but if the storyline elements are not similar, if the names aren't the same, this almost certainly would fall under parody law or knockoff. Well, there is no knockoff protection in law. And the fact that other people are calling it a Last of Us ripoff, like Digital Foundry, doesn't really bear any legal coverage. This is Digital Foundry. I don't know if Digital Foundry would actually claim anything. So I'm going to show it blurred here. I'm seeing footage of a game that does not in any way really look like Last of Us. If anything, I'm seeing footage of what looks like 2 or 3 games all split together. And that may be the case. Skip forward a little bit. Super long loads. It's definitely not a good game, but overall it just looks like it's an asset flip survival game, and actually the girl doesn't even seem to be around. Red hair, black hair, red shirt, black undershirt, backpack. Not distinctively different enough, I think, to really say that that is anything more than a parody. Let's see if... Yeah, you can see here's Last of Us on the right, here's The Last Hope on the left. Fairly considerable difference there. Comparing 2 different faces. Yeah. So yeah, without watching this entire Digital Foundry and listening to what they're saying, this is just a zombie survival game. At best, it's a parody of The Last of Us. It really isn't something that that should have been taken off. Digital Foundry says it's the worst game they've ever tested. Yeah. I think what I would really love to see here, and I don't know if they have the money to do this or not, is for this fight to go to the courts. Because there could be some very good precedents set as far as how much of a parody game can you make. Because parody law recently has been kind of expanded in some rulings. So as long as they don't use the same names of the characters, which you can get away with parody pretty easily. Meanwhile, there's also some room here if the creators of The Last Hope, which very possibly can't afford the lawyers to fight a DMCA and establish precedents as far as what is fair use and what parody is allowed. I seriously doubt anybody was actually getting confused of thinking that The Last Hope was The Last of Us, and anybody that may have been confused for even a brief second and purchased The Last Hope would have probably refunded it very quickly if they realized they were confused. I think pretty much everybody would have known this is not The Last of Us. But there is also room here for the Federal Trade Commission to step in and slap down the level of collusion that's being happening here as far as blatant, done in public agreements happening to remove games that other companies do not want to sell on other platforms. This is straight up corporate censorship that's happening here. Because if The Last Hope can't be on the Nintendo eShop, and potentially next it won't be on Steam, it's then not available anywhere of the major marketplaces where you would buy games. We talked about this contract thing for a very long time. I suspect this is not actually her kids. and Judy Love as a comedian. Not likely to be one of those comedians that would talk about how much she loves and cares for her kids anyways. If anything, you probably would see her fall into a lot of stereotypes of just like the black parent that smacks the kids around and tells them like, boy, you better behave type talk. Although she is UK, so she might be a little bit different there. I don't think she talks about having kids or raising kids at all. Maybe she does. I haven't seen any of her stand-up, actually. We talked about Alone in the Dark. Xbox is now selling replacement controller parts and showing how to fix them, which is interesting, but I would have to say I don't know what would actually break on a controller that I would then want to take it apart and replace it versus buying a new controller, because I would just kind of think that everything wears out just about the same. Yes, your A button and your B buttons may be severely more worn than your X and Y buttons, but I don't think it's really worth it to swap that out without also swapping out the left and right analog sticks at the same time, and possibly even the D-pad. It's interesting here how the D-pad is on these spiral flexor springs holding it up. I half suspect that what's being shown here is not an Xbox Core controller, but some kind of custom controller that has different equipment in it, maybe even a see-through controller so you can see the front of it. Yeah, I would generally just think everything is going to be worn out fairly equally after a few years, and you just are going to want to buy a new controller anyways. If they put in Hall effect sensors in the analog sticks, then maybe you've got an argument to swap out like buttons that might be worn out. I could see the haptic feedbacks wearing out too. I could also see batteries just leaking acid and that breaking something. Or if it's something any smaller than just the major physical components, however, if it's a diode or a surface mount resistor, you're going to have a almost impossible time replacing any of that equipment. If anything, this is another example of Microsoft doing a really good job of pretending like they are being more environmentally friendly and getting news press for pretending to be environmentally friendly while not really accomplishing much of anything. It does say that you can order replacement PCBs, PCB-AS. I don't know what the AS would stand for. Cases and buttons. I could see maybe breaking the case in the shell and replacing that fairly easily too, if you're throwing your controller around, which it's important to draw a line there too. It's like there are players like me that don't throw controllers, but do occasionally knock them over onto the ground, onto carpet, and then there are players that don't even do that much and their controllers last longer than the 5 or 6 years my controllers tend to last. And then there are people that are throwing controllers and breaking them very frequently. And all of those types of damage will have different levels as far as how much you can repair them. And I would imagine people that are throwing controllers don't have the patience to fix controllers, and people who aren't breaking their controllers that often may have the patience to fix them, but wouldn't need to. Remember, Microsoft also had the 30% ocean plastic controllers, but they haven't actually committed to using recovered ocean plastics in all controllers. They've instead charged a premium to get a lower quality product for the 30% recovered ocean plastic. I think it was 30% controllers. And noticeably, by putting out parts to fix the controllers, they are also dancing around the idea of parts to fix the Xbox itself. And the Xbox Series X or Series S, potentially that's where it would be incredibly difficult to fix anything if anything went wrong with it. And they really don't want you opening up the insides of an Xbox Series X, PlayStation, with their liquid cooling, liquid metal. Even worse of an idea to try to open something up there and fix it. We talked about Fantasian coming to Steam. We talked about the layoffs at striking distance. We talked about streaming to Discord, Vampire Survivors Director's Cut. Kickstarter has said that new projects will have to disclose whether they use AI, which I think we may have already talked about that too. And then hopefully these are all old stories from Video Games Chronicles on the second page. Nintendo potentially targeting second half of 2024 for a new console. Let's see, Baldur's Gate 3 won't come to Xbox before 2024, Larian suggests. Patapon Rataton, the game Rataton, is funded on Kickstarter in less than an hour. Patapon's spiritual successor. No preload on Baldur's Gate 3. Players are warned against playing cracked Tekken 8 games versions during the network test. Players caught playing the crack will be banned from official tournaments. PlayStation 5 sales jumped 75% in the UK following a sale. The PS5 earned its third biggest week of sales this year. In a lot of ways, I imagine the PlayStation 5 has to just be on sale and get great sales number going forward as the Microsoft Activision Blizzard deal is going through. Because until Sony can announce their own merger, they've got to try and win just on hardware sales and focus away from software sales. I guess they could also announce a lineup of several new software games that might also shift the narrative to make it seem like they're doing better and take the narrative away from Activision Blizzard, which noticeably, the merger has stopped being talked about as soon as it was settled, or mostly settled. We haven't heard any new news about it in over a week. Let's see, August's first Xbox Game Pass titles have been announced, which, yeah, you can check out Video Games Chronicles here, Death Stranding, Edge of Eternity, Midnight Fight Express, and Total War Warhammer. Harry Potter Quidditch Champions footage has started to leak online. Quidditch has noticeably been missing from the 2023 Harry Potter RPG Hogwarts Legacy, which that's really the crappy part of these Harry Potter Warner Brothers licensed, I assume Warner Brothers is licensing games, is that even if you have a good successful game like Hogwarts Legacy, there's several other worse versions of Harry Potter games competing against each other, cannibalizing it, and none of them seem to have everything you would want. Like, one might hope that if a company focused solely on Quidditch, they would make a really good Quidditch game, and then that code might be added to a larger Harry Potter game later, and that there might be DLC for Hogwarts Legacy to add Quidditch. But I honestly don't know if Quidditch can actually ever be a good game to play, because the rules of Quidditch are ridiculous, and it's just something that is going to be almost impossible to depict in a video game format that makes sense. We talked about the Chun-Li nude mod interrupting the tournament. First time that's happened, by the way. For as many nude mods as have existed, most esports players and hosts don't, I imagine, engage with them. A player apparently has beaten Elden Ring without taking a hit using a saxophone. I think half of these are probably magic tricks, where it's either a tool assisted speed run that's happening, or somebody is off screen playing it with a controller, and then the person on screen is just mimicking things. Even if it isn't a magic trick, it has gotten fairly ridiculous, and like beating a game with a dance pad the first time is exciting. Beating a game with a dance pad the 20th time is just ridiculous. Now, I do wonder if this is a case where the actual notes are being recognized by some software, or if he just has some kind of electric saxophone, where the inputs are being shown, being read every time he presses like a finger on one of the air holes on the saxophone. From this interface at the bottom here, let's see if we can go full screen, it does kind of seem like there might be a bit of a bar he's doing. No, this is the chat. This is showing the input. So I was thinking maybe there was a bar here that was filling up the longer he played any one note, and that cycled. The difference here, though, is, and I can't really see it, but it looks to me like this is a electric saxophone that this is an electric saxophone of some sort. And so he is connecting it almost certainly to a MIDI controller, and the MIDI controller is receiving each button press, which is less interesting than if it was a metal saxophone with no electronics connected to it, and then the microphone was listening to different frequencies and pressing the buttons based on the frequencies. But yeah, an electric saxophone is what he's using, which is considerably less interesting, and it already was not that interesting. Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope Rayman DLC is detailed in a new trailer. If you want to check this out, this is the third and final expansion called Rayman in the Phantom Show. Samba de Amigo headlines August Apple Arcade releases. It'll be the first game in the series to have a story mode, which, wow, I didn't realize that Samba de Amigo had no story mode up until this point. I might slightly explain why Samba de Amigo has such a smaller than it probably should have, niche audience, but also the dancing around samba-ing element of Samba de Amigo makes it a fairly niche game anyways. Alien is the next horror franchise coming to Dead by Daylight. Dead by Daylight effectively including quite a few other characters from Halloween, Left 4 Dead, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and several other people. Nicolas Cage notably just being added as Nicolas Cage and not from an actual series. Let's see. A Stormcloud Vapor Xbox Series controller has been officially announced. As long as Microsoft continues to announce new skins effectively for controllers, I don't think they're leaving themselves enough room to announce a new controller. But yeah, I also don't really have a lot of faith or hope that they actually would bring out a new style of controller until they announce a new console itself. I think, though, it would be interesting if 3 years into the history of Xbox Series consoles, they released a completely different controller as a mid-generation refresh experiment. EA achieved a record Q1 financial results. I think we talked about that. And then we talked about the Capcom watch that made no sense to me. So that brings us to the Gamatsu articles now. Let's see. Bomb Rush Cyberpunk launching September 1st. I think we had already talked about that. Yeah. And I may have to be fairly careful here about clicking on links, because these pages, that Steam link didn't load particularly fast, but not particularly slow either. Even if Tempest Dawning's connection has been delayed to October 26. It'll be available on the Switch worldwide. Gust is going to announce a new Atelier title on August 8th. I guess they're not really teasing anything here. They probably are trying to just catch up after releasing the remake of the first Atelier series, Atelier Marie. I do hope at the Atelier Marie series remakes sell well enough that they think about remaking some of the other older Atelier games, but in general, I think the new audience for Atelier games that may have come about from the most recent Atelier games, or the second most recent Atelier series of games, probably want to go forward with better looking graphics, and probably do want to at least an announcement for something that may not come out for a while. Atelier Remake came out on July 31st, where Atelier Ryza number 3 came out on March 23rd. So if they announce something now and then release it in March of 2024, that would be very reasonable. Let's see, Alliance Arts WSS Playground in 1 or 8. That seems like 3 different companies. They have announced a strategy game called The Great Villainous Strategy of the Lily for PC. Alliance Arts is one company, 1 or 8 is another company, and WSS Playgrounds is another company. That is a lot of people all working together for what looks like a strategy game, perhaps of not that much interest, but yeah. I've said in the past that anything that advertises deserves a YouTube short. I think it probably also expands that anything that advertises and even slightly catches my attention should have a follow. Arguably, anything that gets a YouTube short shouldn't be on the follow list anyways. Boyhood's End episode 1 has been delayed to fall, so it seems like we're approaching delay season as it goes, particularly for Japanese companies. Yep, and I'm not going to promote something a second time. Let's see. Release Witchspring R for PC launches August 23rd. Then an update says release date is not yet fixed. Which, yeah, they came back and said that was a mistake. I guess the question is, why are these showing up? These are supposed to not be there. Sales event banner link. Preview. Great. Fix that, yeah. So now future links opened. Won't have that problem. Earth Defense Force World Brothers 2 announced for the PS4 and 5 and Switch. This is not visually a very interesting looking game. these voxel Minecraft type games, I think at this point need to go away. They never really interested me. They made some sense when there was Roblox and Minecraft type, but Minecraft type at least has mostly gone away, and Roblox is its own thing. It's still somewhat popular. Remnant 2 sales topped 1 million in 4 days, so sounds like Remnant 2 is doing very well. This is kind of a great example, though, of a game that technically is trending, but does not actually fall in the category of a trending game that I would once again promote. Like, I have a very different and much looser description of trending to mean really recently updated instead of actually trending, because these stats of something actually trending, I don't know how I could actually determine that something was really trending, other than online now, and the peak today was 78,000 players. So I'm using the wrong word by calling it trending, really. New or interesting might be a better term, but what does interesting mean? New parentheses ISH, newish games might be another way of describing it. Maybe I should just call it game spotlight in general. So yeah, my titles obviously for the YouTube shorts still need more thought, and thought is the one thing I never have time to do or have the flash of creative brilliance to do. Moving on, since we've already gone really long today, Xbox Game Pass titles I think we mostly talked about before. Atlas Fallen Lords of the Sand trailer is available if you want to check that out on Gamatsu. We talked about the Raven, Mario and Rabbids Sparks of Hope DLC. Let's see, Samba de Amigo Party to Go announced for Apple Arcade. I'm actually going to go through these Gamatsu articles fairly quickly, thank goodness, but not quick enough. We talked about PS4 and Xbox One getting Star Wars Jedi Survivor, which is the sequel. Famitsu has its review scores for issue 1810, giving Exoprimal a 32 out of 40. That's probably a pretty good score. It's an average score, but for a game where you're fighting wave after wave of dinosaurs, you've actually, I think, succeeded fairly well. Whereas Neptunia Game Maker R Evolution only got a 30 out of 40, and Soaring Sky Pretty Cure Soaring Puzzle Challenge Puzzle Collection only got a 26 out of 40. So of 3 pretty bad options that came out this issue, Exoprimal is your choice. Noticeably though, they chose the Neptunia game to show off and highlight because I guess it's more colorful. We talked about the Microsoft Gamescom plans, although we really didn't get too detailed. You really don't need announcements for announcements, really. I'm going to be talking about Aria, History Untold, and Starfield and Forza Motorsports, and then there's just a long list of other things, many of which are not being named, 25 titles, and then they list just 8 of those 25. Then they're going to do an ID and Xbox presentation on top of the theater presentations, which are just the 3 main games, and then several games are going to be playable on the floor. So it's really 3 presentations and 3 events in one. We talked about the collector's edition of Alone in the Dark. Startup Company Console Edition Switch Physical Edition has been announced. A lot of garbage looking collectibles in this too. Particularly when the name of the game really implies to me that it is just a cheap simulator game. I definitely hope this is not a trend where we start to see cheap simulator games with giant collectible things. Now, noticeably, there is one thing here that you don't really get in the West much, which is the mini cover to hold the small Nintendo Switch cases, which by default, that really should just be the way Nintendo Switch games are sold, is that they should be in little mini cases like this that hang on keychains, uh, although it'd be fairly easy to steal those off the belts or wrists or cell phones that they'd be attached to. Um, I guess that's why these are more popular in Japan, is that somebody isn't going to steal your keychain of a Switch game or steal the Switch game out of your keychain in Japan, whereas in the United States, kids totally would steal it. They just grab it and rip it. But yeah, there's a ridiculous amount of space being taken up just so that something can be on the shelf and not shoplifted. And Nintendo could definitely work to fix that somewhat. On one level, they could make these way taller but way thinner, so the shelves don't have to be that deep. I don't think that changes too much. They could make them way deeper but less taller, which that would be way more effective. If you cut them at half height, that would work, and then you could double stack two Nintendo Switch cases on top of each other. They've already made them as thin as possible. There is an argument for just having something this big and just having a bigger plastic blister pack that it is sealed in when it's at the storefront. That would work too. Moving on. Rydo 10 has been confirmed for the PS4 and 5, the Xbox One and Series and Switch, plus 3 additional stretch goals have been achieved. As part of its Kickstarter. It won't have a Steam link for a while though. Affogato launches August 17th. There is a exclusive release date trailer. What kind of game is this? Though. It says it's a tower defense RPG game. But I'm seeing something that looks more like a anime waifu RPG game or visual novel. Well, it is a tower defense RPG game, which is not really what I was expecting. And you can see it's drastically different experience. There have been some games like this though where it's not really a tower defense as much as it's a tower offense game. To me, it looks like you've got some hero class characters that you set up an RPG upward, and those hero class characters are fighting generic towers. I don't think you are actually controlling the towers. So yeah, that's not tower defense, that's tower offense. And I've seen at least one other game like this where characters move on a path and they have to be strong enough to defeat the towers, and once they get from point A to point B, you've won. The problem I would see as a content creator is if I wanted to cover this as part of a larger series, it would push me to play a bunch of tower defense games that don't deserve to be highlighted. I'd have to find a good tower defense game out there to say, hey, here's an example of a good tower defense. Here in contrast is an example of a good tower offense game, if I was going to try to make a small series around that. That being said, also the fact that it is tagged as tower defense and then it is also Witch Cafe, this really feels like it is all over the place in its ideas, and that tends to create a pretty poor game in the long run. Onion Games apparently has trademarked Stray Children in Japan. the title of its unannounced sandbox RPG question mark. I don't know what Onion Games has made otherwise. Let's look at the GameDeveloper.com article news now. We talked about Feminist Frequency for far too long. We talked about the composer leaving From Software. We talked about The Last Hope being delisted. Noticeably, notice here though, they're not even mentioning The Last Hope as the title of the game until you get to the sub-headline joke that says this will probably not be released on PC from now as The Last Hope: Part 1. We talked about the EA earnings. We talked about Splatoon and Mario Kart 8. Talked about Discord. Talked about Callisto Protocol dev layoff. We talked about Kickstarter policy requiring transparency when AI is involved in projects. So we basically talked about everything from GameDeveloper.com. And then that brings on the auto blur and the follow list cleanup. Evitech, I think I'd probably say no to, but I'm just going to leave it on the follow list and think about it later. I need to really rush today, so I think I'm going to be fairly flippant. This game IB is overwhelmingly positive, so there's something about it in the story that people like, despite what I would say are fairly lackluster visuals, but I'll just put it on the wish list. And Mob Rule, agree with that. This one's been since January. EI Jutsu. I'm gonna have to say no to that just because it's not relevant and it's been long enough. EA though, again, we'll have to just say no to. This is a VR game, and particularly this is a case where this year, more than anything, there should have been plenty of people with free time to play video games in the past 6 months. There really hasn't been a lot of releases and competitions. Apparently this is a visual novel. I kind of like the art style here. Feels like they're trying to have like a big-headed character but still be slightly more in a Western art style. But it's not relevant. It came out in 2000. And yeah, so that's got to go. And then we have I'm in a love interest in my childhood's friends, reversed harem from 2000, which is, yeah, I don't really like this art style much, and it doesn't matter, it's just not relevant. Increasingly, it does seem like we are running into that situation where I've put a bunch of visual novels that I didn't want to really think about, or I was being too generous by putting them on the fall list in the first place, and now that we go through the list and start cleaning it up, we're realizing that those aren't things I'd actually ever cover. This too is not a game I'd really cover, so it can leave. Maybe having 6 user reviews since February might have made an argument that I should give it more time, but yeah, I can dismiss that pretty easily. I want to build a robot from 2000. Looks like it's a Zelda clone, but it just doesn't have any relevancy. And see, that could be a big problem too, is that there might be some games here that nobody ever recognized and reviewed, but are worth playing. But I will say, if it ever gets to the point where I'm scraping the bottom of the barrel of games, I'll just have to go through all the games on Steam a second time. I Told You So is yet another visual novel game. This is kind of an interesting art style because it is giant heads, bigger than even your average big head game, but it then kind of has this comic strip cardboard cutout feel to it with tiny little bodies. There's almost enough reviews here to say yes to it, but in general, I just don't think I'd play this. Here we have a full motion video game called I Saw Black Clouds, which I always want these FMV games to be good, but unfortunately most of them were pretty bad. This is something, again, during the pandemic you would have thought that people could have been writing more stories for FMV games or acting amongst a group of friends making FMV games, but nah. Maybe the actor strike and writing strike in LA would lead to more FMV games, but I bet it doesn't really lead to that, because effectively that would only happen if the strike failed miserably, which the strikers and the management are going to go back to the table and start negotiating, I think, starting this week or next week. So yeah, that the strike could be over as quickly as a week from now. But let's say it went on forever and then writers just never got jobs in the industry or worked for a mainstream movie in Hollywood and TV. Would they really want to go and make full motion video games or work in the game industry that also doesn't have a union? Would they even be welcome? Would they write good stories? There's a lot of questions there that you'd have to ask. I think a lot of people have a valid argument to say the garbage you see on movies and TVs these days just are not really welcome in video games. Not that video game stories are much better, but it's really not an improvement. I would much prefer new blood writing stories than old blood just pumping out the same drivel. There would have to be major adaptations if the writers of the WGA started to write stories for video games. Maybe it would make the writing for video games better in the long run, but it would be a growing period, to say the least. And then the actors, we have seen stunt hiring of actors for a video game, like acting and voice acting and face scan acting, and that, I don't think I can think of a single example of that being good or improving the game in any way. So while I might embrace WGA union writers, who I think have some talent, I feel like the actors are doing a very different thing in Hollywood for movies and TVs than what the actors who are voice actors or face actors for video games do, and that talent and skill set is just drastically different. Moving on to all the new games on Steam, we have, let's see, a game called Mooley's Dreamland, which is a side-scrolling shooter 'em up game from the looks of it, and I would lean towards thinking it might be a Chinese game. Does it have any in-app purchases? No. Alright, well, I'll be generous and make a short and put it on the follow list then. But I do suspect this looks a little too much like a mobile phone game for a side-scrolling shooter game in the first place. Although I can't really just dismiss something because it is a mobile phone game. Chinese chess war game. I'm going to put this on the follow list to see if people like it, but I'm not going to make a short on it. Weirdly, Chinese is not one of the languages being supported in the top list here. In fact, Chinese and is not listed at all here until you get way down to below Japanese. See, I don't know if this really is Chinese chess or if this is just some other game. It says this is a new game based on the expansion of the traditional Chinese chess game. Chinese chess, yeah. This didn't look like the way a Chinese chessboard would be set up. Let's see, next we have a game called Sweet Girl Gruel Guru Mellow. It's this kind of weird watercolor style animation. Think we can say no to this? In part, I would say there's just an inconsistency in the shapes and angles and the coloring here that tells me that there's probably not a consistency in any of the quality of the rest of the game as a visual novel. So, yep, it's a free game, so I guess the price is right. Here we have something called the Reese Project Prologue, which I'm not willing to promote prologues, even if they turn out to be different from the main game. Which it doesn't seem like there is a main game yet, which is typical also for something called prologue, is that it is a vertical slice or an unfinished chapter 1 of something. Nest for us doesn't look like anything of interest. Sparky seems to be controlling one of those robot dogs, which, by the way, as much press as those robot dogs have gone, they've actually really failed to do anything with any of those robots so far. I've seen other robots that are more polished as far as an actual product you can actually purchase and use now. It does just seem like the robot dogs and the other kinds of robots they're developing are very much just scientific experiments for bipedal or four-legged balancing, and they seem to be exclusively being developed for military use, and I just don't think that they're likely to get a military contract in any large numbers. It inherently is a big difference when a military of any government is actually at war and needs just as many tools of war and as many men as possible to shoot other people, versus when you're mostly at peacetime and you're just employing all your minorities and your lower class poor people to go off and fight wars on some other foreign soil and kill them and then like shortchange them on pensions and things when they come back. War, military during the peacetime is really more of a scam, like the prison system is. If you can't get them in prison, get them in the military, get rid of as many poor and minority people as possible that way. That's, as nefarious as it sounds, kind of what happens, whether it's intended to happen that way or not, in most militaries. So, unless the United States in particular, who's probably only one of maybe 2 or 3 countries that could afford big ticket orders for robots, unless one of them is in a major war with another major power, I just don't see how we would ever spend the budget to replace humans who, you kind of want humans so you can kill off more humans, with robots that could be easily replaced and doesn't solve the poverty problem at home or the minority problem at home. It is a shame that that's really what most militaries are, but we'll see. I'm not gonna leave this paused here on this game, but let's see. I'm gonna run to the bathroom and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. So, left it on Turtle Quest, which we can say no to pretty easily as a game. And then before that, we had an adult game called Dickland Racing, which is just phallic creatures driving really poorly animated speed games. It's just a racing game. Game is marked adults only. It's 59 cents. Claims to support 10 languages. And really, there's just not that much that I'd say genitalia or crudely drawn dicks on the platform is not really that YouTube family unfriendly. So, yeah. We still have a very weird situation as it goes, where the adult store on Steam just really has no consistency or guidance on it. 99% of all the content in the adult store is sexually explicit games, and then you get a 1% of games that either are maybe a little lewd but not really that explicit that it should be in the adult section, and maybe a 1% of 1% of games are in the adult store for something that is not sexual content, and there really seems to be zero desire on Valve's part or on game publishers' part to make any kind of games that are mature in any other way. There is no amount of blood, violence, and gore, or topics such as, like, I mean, I guess if you are going to go down the path of saying certain triggering topics should be in an adult store, which I don't know if I really agree with that, because I feel like triggering topics need to be allowed in any story, in any game, within some levels of age appropriateness. Otherwise, you run into a very obvious level of censorship when all of a sudden the killing of a girl in To Kill a Mockingbird gets labeled as triggering, and then all of a sudden To Kill a Mockingbird, instead of being a book that is recommended reading in US schools, is being censored and age gated away from people being encouraged to read it or forced to read it. Mostly, I think you're kind of forced to read it. As far as this game, Assisa's Returning to Dreams looks like it's mostly just an asset flip platformer. I kind of like this idea, and it feels almost like a Polly Pocket character. I'm probably thinking of the wrong girl's toy and not Polly Pocket, but some other thing with the giant hair and the plastic look on it, and then the 2D version on the thumbnail is fairly different from this, but not that different that I'd really complain about it. And since it is a character that's just jumping around, I think that works kind of well. Although mostly you're just going to get the pack of her giant hair. So yeah, there is room for an art style there, I think, that would work. As far as having a character like this, although in most games this would not work. Overall, though, this game is just a clone of that same game where you're just going higher and higher, climbing asset flip things. Although thematically, at least on the trailer here, it seems like they are repeating textures of donuts over and over again to have a visual theme on climbing up and up instead of just random objects. But you can see eventually you do just get to more random objects floating in the sky. Yeah. Now that I realize that this isn't just a platformer but a clone of that game, that loses a lot of interest in me for it. This next game looks like it might be a lewd game, but once again I would say because there is no guidance happening here, Wildwood Divas is this weird collection of a top-down shooter and then licensed or downloaded anime girls with a lot of cleavage, but they seem to only really be going that far with it. It claims to be a tower defense, but it really isn't. Just drastically different styles of animation and color between the game and the anime girls. Overall, this is definitely not a tower defense game, though. And that, in part, is lack of guidance as far as just what games should be in the adult store and what shouldn't be. A game like that has arbitrarily added lewd images perhaps doesn't need to be in a all-encompassing adult store, but it probably should be discouraged at some level, or at least coordinated at some level, so it is not showing up in the exact same vein as a Lego search. Speedrunner Z here is nothing. When I search a Lego game, I don't want to find a game like that by default. It would probably benefit Steam to force everybody before they even do a simple search to log in, and with the login have an age filtering option based on an age, which Valve and Steam have actively only minorly complied with age gating some games, mostly ESRB games that have ratings on them, whereas most of these games do not have ESRB ratings, and there is no Valve equivalent of an ESRB rating for them to claim when there probably should. There's no way to search by age range per se either. The idea of games for kids even is, I bet, something you can't even find from the front page. Here we have another hidden object game that I'll make a YouTube short around. Here we have State of Survival, which I would have sworn that State of Survival was on Steam already, but I guess what this is highlighting is that it has now been released as a free-to-play MMO on Steam, where there's been just cell phone games. State of Survival is definitely one of the games that advertises a lot, and if you're watching ads on Apple or Android phones, you're going to see a lot of this. So, at risk of this being claimed, making a YouTube short around State of Survival potentially might have me own the search for State of Survival. Probably not, but people may actively be searching State of Survival and find my YouTube short, and then I'll get more views and maybe more subscribers. Noticeably, for the past few weeks, ever since I made Kill It With Fire and had Kill It With Fire 2 in the title since the Summer Game Fest, there's been a lot of searches around Kill It With Fire 2, and I've gotten a lot of views, relatively speaking, about 500 views. Maybe not the greatest numbers, but better than a lot of the other content I make. So owning potentially searches in YouTube Shorts format may be a great funnel in the long run. That's my hope, at least, to more people subscribing to my channel and actually watching some of the pre-recorded footage to get the watch time up, or watching the live streams to get the watch time up. Music Man 2 New Land is nothing. Apocalyptic Soup's Racing Sim Experience, or ARSE, is seemingly self-defining itself, so I'll leave it at that. Planet Exploration Company. Think we can say no to this? I don't think there's enough visual definition for all the movement noise I'm seeing here. Let's see. Action roguelike bullet heaven management sim. That's what it's described as, and when you have that many key phrases describing a game, that's a red flag. Then once again, we have, if anything, you might just call it a full-on protest against the censorship that has been reinforced and re-mentioned on Valve, as we have like Lovely Pears here, not in the adult section, selling for $1.39, and you've just got cleavage bearing lewd images of ladies. Again, maybe they licensed these images, maybe they just downloaded them, who knows. But yeah, again, this is something that should be in some more mature section, but we're increasingly seeing developers push back against putting any mature content description in their page, and pushing back against having their games in the adult section at all. And in all fairness, this pushback is probably not going to nudge Valve in any way and make Steam change its ways, unless it's followed alongside with a pushback from fans of games like this. It's more likely just going to push Valve to be stricter and stricter. The best case scenario for Valve is to have them clearly articulate what the rules are, what they expect from game developers, explain the consequences to game developers who mislabel their games and have severe consequences, but try to use the carrot way more than the stick as far as a way to get game developers to publish it. A lot of game developers and publishers would be okay if they had just said, look, we don't like moe girls. We're going to just be clear on that. We don't want anime games with moe girls that are short or anatomically inaccurate, wearing backpacks, wearing school outfits. We just don't want those games. Even if those games are only slightly lewd, or there are other characters in it that are lewd, if we see in screenshots a little girl, that gives us pause, and we're going to say no to that. And we don't make special exceptions for mixed, well, not mixed bathing, but bathing in groups amongst Japanese characters, which that is often the scene that they seem to be pushing back on, is that the very commonplace, done everyday thing in Japan is that a little girl would be bathing with an older sister, a mother, in a group public bath, onsen, and that's just a very natural thing, and it has no sexual connotation at all, at least amongst the characters involved. But yeah, if they just defined it that way, then people would know what the line is, and say, okay, well, our game is not crossing that line, so we're happy to be in the adult section. Of course, the other problem with the adult section is just considerably fewer people see your game then. Steam is an advertisement platform, and people, I think, often forget that. But it does basically nothing to advertise anything in the adult section. And there needs to be a way to fix that. I'm already going way too long to go into another rant. Frog's Adventure here. I guess I'm going to give it a short. It's kind of a different pencil sketch point and click game. It's probably nothing, but I'll give it a chance. Next we have a farming sim called My Kingdom for the Princess. Yeah, we'll say nothing about that really. To Aetherin looks like nothing. The Vengeance of Lady Witch. Doesn't look like it's anything. Kind of an asset flip MMORPG, Chinese looking game. Although it doesn't actually support Chinese language. So we'll blame English speaking countries for that one. One versus one deathmatch is incredibly low effort, no thumbnail. This would be an easy thing to reject as far as Steam Direct is going. Just text on a black background is an unacceptably low quality, and you could certainly say there must be images in the background. A single solid color background is not acceptable. You get into way more nuance if you start to say one versus one deathmatch is not acceptable, but you certainly could phrase it to say we will not approve games that are simply simplistic descriptions of the gameplay style. We need a name. So if this was Spartan X 1 versus 1 deathmatch, fine, but 1 versus 1 deathmatch alone is no good. Then you get into way more nuance, certainly if you start to say we will not accept what looks like asset flip, low polygon games, although I think it's pretty easy to have maybe a team of 3 people looking at every game, and then if 2 out of the 3 people say, yeah, this looks like a garbage game, it gets rejected for just being too low quality. It gets a little more difficult in something like PPP here, where this might actually play as a platformer. Nobody has time, certainly, to actually play these games, and installing them and checking them to be, if they're viruses, is just something that would be automated on Steam site if they're even doing that much. But I think you could pretty easily also say no to this. Here we have a Sherlock Holmes game. Point and click. This looks like this is potentially an older Sherlock Holmes game, or just a case that it is delving into the realm of covering Sherlock Holmes from the part that is public domain. It's ridiculous that not all of Sherlock Holmes is actually in the public domain, but when really all of it should be. Post-apo builder prologue. Doesn't look like anything. A game like that really does bring me back to the desire I have to play an actual game, like a AAA game, that isn't just wasting the player's time. Shadow of the Tomb Raider in particular is really highlighting that to me. It's just like, why am I getting skills? Why am I collecting collectibles? I think I'm ready to play something that is a more short and cinematic experience, something without RPG elements. School bus driving simulator is definitely not it. That's another thing I started watching on streaming, is I started watching Medium. Rewatching an old TV show, Medium, as a psychic who solves murders. And yeah, those first few episodes are fairly hardcore. I think they're pretty much always hardcore in the story. I don't think it ever really softens that much. But eventually they I think, start to involve the kids more, and it's more of a happy family, where at the beginning it's more the husband is acting as the voice of doubt around whether she really has the ability. But after about one season, you can't really doubt how much of a psychic she is, because she's just like a perfect psychic as a medium. And yeah, I imagine there are people that probably blame Medium as a TV show for a small uptick in actual police officers using psychics and mediums, which I don't believe would lead to good evidence. But I think they do a pretty good job about separating fiction from reality there, too. Because at a certain level, if there were mediums like the main actress in Medium, who are just perfect psychics, always getting it right, always getting a ton of very detailed information, we would believe in their abilities and use them to solve crimes. Viper Trace here doesn't look like anything. We're moving very slow today. HoloLands just looks like it's a survival game of no interest. The Morning I Decided to Die. Visual novel. Seems to be really small squares with text around it. I kind of like this art style. It definitely stands out as a different type of art style, but yeah, if anything, this kind of feels like a web comic style that would stand out and look different. And that's something I'd like to see in games, is that you have more artists who are doing their different styles and see if they can make a game on it. Unfortunately, the way you do that by default is almost always to make a simple kinetic visual novel that just goes in a linear path, something that then for the most part gets dismissed. A girl named a bunch of scribblish. I wonder if this is something that was just like written by ChatGPT. As far as the pictures, I don't know where you would get those, but I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to start to see more and more visual novels like that, where it's just AI's writing visual novels trying to sell for $1.39. The title itself, though, is going to prevent me from making a YouTube short on it, so I have to say no. And it doesn't look good enough, really, to be on the follow list. Virus Infinite looks like a Dr. Mario clone of no interest. Right. Here we have an adult game called Overlewd, Overlewd, and it looks to me like it's an adult parody of Darkest Dungeon, which at a certain level I think that might really work. Now, because it has adult content, there's that added element. This is also being published by Nutaku, which is a bigger name, and they don't publish that many games on Steam or even on their own platform. But yeah, I think at a certain level this kind of makes sense, because you have the Darkest Dungeon idea, in which you grind out and play over and over again, and then you have the lewd characters that you would potentially care about more and want to keep alive, and the lewd characters that you can look at. Looks like there's probably somewhere between 9 or 10 girls in the game. Um, and then the lovemaking scenes are just additional. Which, if you had Darkest Dungeon just giving you more cutscenes in between the gameplay, I think Darkest Dungeon itself would be um, a better game itself, just with cutscenes telling the narrative and the story. What's really interesting about Overload, and that's why I need to put it on the follow list here, is that it is free to play with in-app purchases, which is kind of typical for the Nutaku games, is that you buy Nutaku coins to unlock skins and content. I don't know what you specifically would be using to in-app purchase in a Darkest Dungeon parody clone game, though. That would be a bit of a question. They also have scaled it down so it's 3 versus 3 instead of 4 versus 4, which Overlord probably would play. I mean, Darkest Dungeon would probably play better that way too. It is worth mentioning, though, that there was a Nutaku game that I tried to play for a while, like maybe a year, called, I think, College Days. And it was a city upgrade management, click to start a process, then wait 12 hours to come back. One of those laid back games that I'm always looking to play if I'm going to play anything on my phone. I don't want a high action game where I really have to spend a lot of time on it. And College Days just had incredibly expensive items that you could not possibly grind out and purchase. The only way you could get them is either spending real world money or hacking the game. And even in hacking the game, of which there was a hack available, the hack often would break and on the next update, and it wouldn't give you really enough resources for the next update. It was College Days was like Simpsons Tapped Out equivalent, where you're getting a whole bunch of lawn decorations and upgrading buildings. There was a relationship element in College Days that wasn't in Simpsons Tapped Out, but yeah. At the end of the day, I lost interest in College Days because it just was not worth constantly cracking it to get more resources to try and unlock everything. And in College Days in particular, very clearly was a Simpsons Tapped Out clone game that just had adult content added on top of it. It wasn't on a day-to-day basis presenting adult content, and I would hope Overload was a better version of that. But most of the Nutaku games, even though you might say they are the best adult games, or some of the best adult games available, are still incredibly low quality. Perhaps because they're designed to go too long, whereas an adult game might be better if it is only 20 minutes long, and then you're done with it forever. Moving on. I have no idea how you'd even pronounce this. Pakuit down the bun burrows. Chasing bunnies. I'll make a YouTube short around this, but yeah, I don't think it really is my style of game. Next we have Thronefall. Minimalist game about building and defending your little kingdom. I'll give it a chance. Ninja or Die, Shadow of the Sun. Looks like it's a high action hack and slash game. Seems like it might be a one button game where you're flinging yourself, and so just jumping kills everything. You know, at some level, if you could reduce the action here and make sure players can actually make it to the end, this might fix the idea of some of the frustration platformer games. I don't think this game does it. I think if anything, this is just a different way to make a frustration game in which you're only able to jump in one direction and press A. I'll still give it a chance and see if people like it, but yeah, if you could simplify a platforming game with a bunch of spikes and things by having me just press one button and not die that much, then not die that much being the bigger focus of that requirement, I could see something like that. I could also see just like a easy mode in a lot of jumping platforming games where it was more just quick time events. Just press A and you will jump to the right place unless you don't press A fast enough. I hate to suggest quick time events, but I definitely would suggest easier games. The Casino Empire as a game doesn't look like anything. Dragabox looks like garbage. Pet looks like it's probably too simplistic of a visual novel to give it even a chance. I guess maybe I'm being a little cruel there because this might be something, but you're not selling your game particularly well with just these static empty background images and short sentence or two in text. Interstellar Sentinel is a side-scrolling shoot 'em up game that looks pretty decent, so we'll give that a chance. At a certain level, I guess if Nutaku Gaming and you could get, if you could find two other publishers that took making adult games seriously and they were just the major dominant forces of the adult section on Steam, probably would be better. Right now the dominant forces, Catch Royale is nothing obviously, though, are people making 3D CGI adult games. Here you have a very Western style looking animation that there should really be a lot more games like this on Steam in this art style. So Firebird is going to get a follow as a what looks like point and click adventure game, although it may really just be a visual novel. Weirdly, it seems like they're snowed in, and yet you have this guy shirtless and this girl on a tank top. Seems like they're not appropriately dressed for the weather. Next we have what looks like a Japanese only visual novel, so probably have to say no to that. It is Japanese only, it's selling for $6.99. Looks like there might be a schedule management function here. Although at a certain level, if you want to do a relationship / schedule management game, I bet there's games like Persona that you could do way better with. Or even other just dating schedule management games. Gloaming Comedian Simulator doesn't really look like anything. Look at all these key phrases here. Combines casual, arcade, visual novel genres and a hilarious adventure filled with frights and laughs. I don't really believe it. Axon TD Uprising Tower Defense doesn't look like anything. Sludge Life The Big Mud Sessions seems like yet another Sludge Life thing for free this time. Yep. A certain level, I'd like to see like a schedule simulator that isn't also scheduling the time just to date people. At a certain level, even in high school, I doubt there was that many people who were dating one girl on Monday and another girl on Tuesday and another girl on Wednesday and another girl on Friday. But if it wasn't about finding romantic interest and dating, and you were scheduling yourself some other way, it's almost certainly then going to become a job simulator. And I've said it many times before, job simulators are just not fun. Or it maybe goes the other direction and it's like a child raising simulator where you're scheduling a younger child that's not dating as far as what classes they're taking. Unfortunately, it really is a case that even if you were really, really good at scheduling things, that may not get you very far in life, in the real world. Scheduling skills could be best applied to working in HR and scheduling, or working as a manager. But yeah. And unfortunately, in the real world, you just don't know what classes or what activities possibly could improve your life anyways. Some people might get away with taking classes to repair cars and do very well with that, where a lot of other people, if they were trying to take classes to learn how to repair cars, they'd never actually learn how to repair cars and they'd be wasting their time. Whereas somebody else might be taking a class on how to repair air conditioners or be a waiter. And there is then the larger divide about should you be educating or should you be working and getting on the job work experience, because it's always a catch-22 as far as hiring managers, in that they want people that have both work experience and education to such a high level that no one person would ever meet that requirement. Agonizing over decisions in general is not healthy for humans, so you really just have to commit and say, well, I choose to do this because I flipped a coin, if nothing better, and now I'm going to commit to it and stick to it, or I'm going to try it for a while, then give up. Choices in life, sadly, probably don't matter as much as people think they do. It's not sliding like that movie Sliding Doors, where one choice drastically changes your life and the other choice doesn't, in most cases. Coon World, on top of potentially being an offensive title, whether they mean for it to be or not, doesn't look like much of a game. So that's going to leave us at the end of the show now. Well, we went incredibly long today, despite my efforts to start in a different place and move faster. That's going to be it for this stream. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to support me further, there's a link down below in the description box. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.